This is Commissioner Sasaki. I can't hear anything right now.
Well, welcome everyone. Thank you all for attending the commission meeting today. I am Sarah Soto Taylor. I'm the Undersecretary of the Government Operations Agency and Chair of the California Building Standards Commission, and I'm calling this meeting to order. It is 10 o'clock on December 17th, 2024. Ms. Maeda, please call the roll.
Undersecretary Soto Taylor.
Present.
Commissioner Patel.
Here.
Commissioner Mickelton. Commissioner Sasaki.
Here.
Commissioner Santillan. Commissioner Ramirez. Commissioner Klaus-Buckner. Here. Commissioner Rambin.
Here.
Commissioner Haskin.
Here.
Commissioner Alegre.
Here.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Here.
We have quorum.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Maeda. We do have a quorum for this meeting. At this time, I would like to remind the commissioners participating remotely to disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at their remote locations, and the general nature of the members' relationship with any of such individuals pursuant to Senate Bill 544.
Commissioner Sasaki, no one else is present in my house at this point.
Thank you. And there are no other commissioners.
Commissioner Alegre, there is no one present at this meeting with me at my home.
Thank you. I see no other commissioners online. If we can all rise, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Executive Director, if you'd like to read the meeting instructions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. As a result of new legislation, SB 544, Statutes of 2023, effective January 1st, 2024, this meeting has a physical location where the majority of the commissioners are present. The public is able to present in person and also have the ability to participate via Zoom. As a reminder, commissioners participating remotely must always remain on camera. If at any time a commissioner needs to turn their camera off for bandwidth or other issues, please notify the chair. Today's meeting can be viewed on the CBSC YouTube channel linked on the meeting agenda. I would like to remind the YouTube viewers there is a 45-second or so delay. Before reading the meeting instructions, I'd like to share some housekeeping items. In the event of an emergency, look for the doors with exit signs. Exits on the right side and the left side will lead you back to the stairs to exit the building. And the restrooms are located, you go out this door, turn right past the elevator, and then they're on the left. There's no code required for the restrooms. CBSC meetings operate under the requirements of Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act set forth in Government Code sections 11120 to 11133. This commission meeting has been scheduled for 3 days. In the event the commission completes the agenda items prior to December 19th, 2024, the commission will adjourn the meeting on the day it completes the agenda items and will not convene the next day. We will likely break for lunch around 12 or 12:30 each day of the meeting as needed. The public may provide comments by calling in on the Zoom teleconference number provided on the meeting agenda or by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. For members of the public attending in person, please complete a request to address the commission form if you wish to comment on a specific agenda item. The form is buff in color and is available at the table located near the meeting room entrance. Please turn the completed form into a CBSC staff person. Instructions are provided on CBSC's webpage. If you have difficulty with the technology, please call CBSC's office at 916-263-0916. I will now read the public comment and Zoom instructions. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the commission chair to ask for any comments from the public. The chair will first go to the members of the public in the conference center that have submitted speaker cards. The chair will then call on members of the public participating on the Zoom webinar that have their hands raised. Then the commission chair will take comments from the public, from anyone on the Zoom phone line. At this time, please take yourself off mute. If you like, you may announce your name and who you are representing before making your comment. Please mute yourself when done commenting and keep in mind the 4-minute time limit for each individual speaker. The chair will continue through the call queue until there are no questions remaining. The commission will then proceed to the next agenda item. If possible, please call from a telephone, not using a speakerphone, and log into virtual meetings with one device only. This enhances the commission's ability to hear your comments clearly. Madam Chair.
Thank you. So next we have on the agenda is item number 2, review and approval of meeting minutes. For agenda item 2, commissioners, do you have any comments regarding the October 17th, 2024 meeting minutes? Okay, I see none. So with none, I'd like to entertain a motion on the October 17th, 2024 meeting minutes. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Klaus Berkner moved to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Allegre
Santillan,
seconds.
second.
Commissioner Santiago?
Santillan.
Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the October 2024 meeting minutes will be accepted without any amendments. Is there any further discussions regarding this motion? See none. Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Ms. Pam
Yes.
Aida,
Yes.
please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez. Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Allegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
and Commissioner Klaus Buckner.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 3 is comments from the public on issues not on the agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to state that the vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, so now we are next on agenda item 3. This is comments from the public on issues not on the agenda. Comments regarding items not on this agenda may be briefly discussed, but no action may be taken by the commission. At this time, I would like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 3, please put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. We request that you identify yourself. Please clearly state your name and who you represent. Any members of the public in the conference center that have submitted speaker cards or wish to speak? Barbara, please check Zoom and then the phone for comments on agenda item number 3.
Yes. First we have Sven.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is Sven Thiessen, co-lead of the Electric Vehicle Charging for All Coalition. And first, I'd like to sing some praises for Housing and Community Development for their proposed work, which you will see in the next 2 days. Title 24, Part 11, regarding multifamily housing and raising the equity bar for new construction in particular. So harumph to them. Of course, being experts in this arena, we're fussy and there's issues we'd like to change there. And because they're not specifically regarded, I would like to bring them up now and encourage you to encourage HCD in the intervening code cycle to eliminate the automatic lift exemption provision, and in the single family housing to replace EV capable with EV ready. I would like to discuss why. I want to point out some facts that you as EV drivers, if you're not an EV driver right now, you likely are sitting beside someone who is. And at the break, there's an icebreaker for those that don't know each other well to say, are you driving an EV? I am or I'm not. And to point out then the economic benefits and convenience of driving an electric vehicle. So where are we? The Environmental Protection Agency is likely to approve California's waiver for 100% EV sales beginning in 2035, which will include 15 other states. Don't worry, this is in 10 years, and Norway, the home of my father, is already at 100% EV sales in roughly 2 weeks, mandated. And right now, they're actually selling EVs at a rate of 95% of all new vehicles, light duty, sold in Norway, 95% already are plug-ins. Okay, so they're already there. We're to come. And Norway in the winter, you may know, is particularly cold and EVs work. California in Q3, that's August through October, 26% of light duty sales were electric vehicle. And there's already 2 million of them in California. And in the United States, believe it or not, 8.9% of new vehicle sales. So again, if you don't have an EV right now, likely somebody next to you does. Now, when we look to the future, the Silicon Valley Clean Energy, a CCA here in the Bay Area, is already paying customers for vehicle to grid like services under their grid shift program. This is all coming. We had signed into law SB 59, which requires electric vehicles to be vehicle to grid, truly being able to upload power onto the grid. There's some nuances, but we're getting there. And this is all really important because people in multifamily homes do not have the same access to EV charging that we do. And there's a whole bunch of changes coming to the charging technology. For example, the Tesla charging standard is being adopted in whirlwind fashion by all the electric vehicle manufacturers, and our standards within the code about what sort of receptacle we're going to require. Maybe we should look at changing that to both include a regular NAMI standard to also the J1772 and the NAC standard. There's a whole bunch
Pardon me, Mr. Thiessen, just a reminder, you've got 1 minute left. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'd like you to write down a number on a piece of paper, and that's 50,000. And then I'd like you to write down beside that number times 5,000. And the answer you get, anybody, is $50 million. Every year we build 50,000 roughly new single family homes, and they're only EV capable. Those residents have to spend $3,000 plus time and effort to get a permit to make them EV ready. Let's do that next code cycle. I can't see my clock. We're also really concerned, like I said, about multifamily housing. And again, I want to end on an upbeat, positive note. I really appreciate, we all do at the EV Charging for All, and our citizens will across California and the nation, because our codes and standards are being looked at. But they required, under our recommendation, the direct wiring from a resident meter to their parking space and multifamily housing. And we want to make that for everybody, because they get access to then vehicle to grid rates. They get access to time of use rates, and there's no middleman of both the apartment complex or an EVSP charging additional fees and cost to the electricity. God bless you guys and happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no other hands raised, but we do have a couple of I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Yes, Commissioner? Am I allowed to ask a question or is that me? I can ask it later.
It's regarding the comment.
Yes.
You can ask it now.
I have a question. You mentioned in Norway, there's about 95% or 90% of people using EV. What is the percentage of hydroelectric that is used within that country when compared to a place like California?
So can I answer that question? So I'm
And
the
how much cheaper is electricity in Norway versus in California?
am I allowed to, am I on? I can't tell if I'm live or not.
You're on.
Thank you. So Norway is very interesting. The majority of their electricity is generated by hydropower, but right now, because of the war in Ukraine, a great deal of electricity from Norway is being shipped to Europe. And because of some wonky electric policy on the part of their electricity provider, right now, compared to pre-2020 when, 2022 when Ukraine was invaded, the electricity is much more expensive right now. From a hydro perspective, California generates right now around, I want to say, this is not my area, general area, about 5% from hydro. And Norway right now has more expensive electricity rates than California. I'll wager on that, but I won't swear. I can get that data for you. But their gasoline prices are much higher than California. But their carbon footprint of their vehicles is extremely low. Same thing with us in California. If you were to charge between the hours of 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. right now when the sun is shining, our electric grid is incredibly clean. It's amazing. We're running around today, I think around 60% renewables right now. And in the spring and the fall, we run around 90% renewables during the daytime hours for due to renewable power.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Wendy. Oops. Sorry, one moment. There you go.
Hi, everyone. My name's Wendy Cho. I'm with Actera and also the EV Charging for All Coalition. I wanted to echo my support for Sven's comments regarding multifamily housing and the need for equity and charging access for those residents. I also wanted to just remind everyone about the importance of level 1 as an option for charging, especially when many commutes are sufficiently met through level 1 overnight charging. And it's a much lower cost solution. So that's just something to consider for the intervening code cycle. And again, wanted to stress the importance of removing exemptions for parking lifts, because those are now, with current technology, completely able to serve charging needs. So thank you very much for taking my comments, and I appreciate you.
Thank you. There are no other hands raised. We do have a couple of phone participants. If either of the folks on the phone have a comment, now's the time. I'll take that as a no. There are no other hands.
Thank you. That concludes agenda item 3. Thank you all for your comments.
For agenda items, this is Toyan Gumbel. I'm the Executive Director of the Building Standards Commission. I want to touch a little bit on agenda items 4 and 6. And a little later, I will address agenda item after the proposals after agenda item 7. many of you know that we have two sets of documents. We have adopting agencies and we have proposing agencies. So the adopting agencies will be in agenda items 4, 5, and 6. And the proposing agencies will start with agenda item 7. So what is the difference? For agenda items 4, 5, and 6, the California Building Standards Commission will take action to approve, disapprove, or return for amendment with recommended changes based on the proceedings by which the Department of Consumer Affairs, Veterinary Medical Board, and the California Energy Commission adopted the building standards for inclusion in the California Building Standards Code, Title 24, California Code of Regulations. Again, the Medical Board and the Energy Commission, they are adopting agencies. Is that enough? Okay, so what is the difference? Pursuant to a Health and Safety Code section 18930, when an adopting agency submits its adopted standards for approval, the California Building Standards Commission shall consider only the record of proceedings of the adopting agency to ensure the adopting agency has complied with the Administrative Procedures Act and the Building Standards Law, including the 9-point criteria set forth in Health and Safety Code section 18930, with a few exceptions in subdivisions B through F. Again, per Health and Safety Code section 18930 D1, the California Building Standards Commission shall give great weight to the determination of analysis of the adopting agency and the 9-point criteria. And again, later I will address agenda items after set 7. So I outline the differences with the adopting agencies.
Thank you. Next, agenda item number 4. Agenda item 4 is the Department of Consumer Affairs Veterinary Medical Board. Proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Building Code Part 2, Title 24. Will the representatives from the Department of Consumer Affairs Veterans Medical Board please introduce themselves and provide an overview of item number 4?
Of course. Thank you all. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Jessica Sieferman. I'm the Executive Officer of the Veterinary Medical Board within the Department of Consumer Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about our regulatory proposal before you. First, I must thank Deputy Executive Director Kevin Day and his team for their multiple meetings and assistance with us. Proposing changes to the building standards is not only a first for this board, but for the first for DCA in at least a couple of decades. And Deputy Executive Director and his team were beyond helpful, and we truly appreciate everything he has done to get us to this point. The Veterinary Medical Board regulates approximately 46,000 licensees, registrants, and permit holders throughout California. The board's mission is to protect all consumers and animals by regulating licensees, promoting professional standards, and enforcing the Veterinary Medicine Practice Act. Existing law requires all veterinary premises to be registered with the board, and currently there are over 44,600 registered veterinary premises throughout California. All of these premises must conform to the minimum standards established by the board. Minimum practice management standards for veterinary premises are established under Article 4 of Division 20 of Title 16 of the CCR, or supposed to be. Building standards associated with veterinary facilities to be amended to be veterinary premises are established under Chapter 12 of Part 2, Title 24 of the CCR, or they were supposed to be. The board has determined that some building standards associated with veterinary premises are currently contained under Title 16 of the CCR, and some veterinary practice management standards are contained under Title 24 of the CCR, which is the problem. So this proposal, along with a separate regulatory proposal for the board, would ensure that the building standards and related exemptions are only contained under Title 24, and that practice management standards are only contained under Title 26. The proposal also includes clarifying and organizational amendments in Section 1251 of Chapter 12 of Part 2 of Title 24. And with that, I'll turn it over if there are any questions from the commission.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 4 is open for commission discussion at this time. Commissioner?
Hi, I do have 2 editorial suggestions. Under 8, where is it? Under 8, I would suggest deleting A because it's veterinary premises. It's a singular and then a plural. It's a minor correction. And under 7, it says if animals are housed, usually in code language, it's usually where animals are housed. Those are my 2 editorial questions. And then I have a follow-up question to that, which has to do with the definitions you guys are proposing for large animal fixed veterinary premises. By adding that definition and then exempting item 6, I think that might be a substantive and costly change because you're not exempting. The reasoning you're giving is because, these larger animals like cows and donkeys and horses are usually seen in a barn. And so therefore you can't control light or ventilation, but you cannot also control the other items in the regulation, items 1 through 7 and 8. Do you have any comments on that?
I do. So thank you so much for the editorial suggestions and the questions. For the first one, as far as a premises being singular versus plural, we view premises as singular and plural, premises being the building, premise being an ideal. And so for an individual premises, it serves as both purposes, an individual and plural. As far as the exemption for the large animal fixed veterinary premises, we had lots of stakeholder meetings with the equine community themselves. A lot of this is mirroring existing law. And when we were working on updating the standards, this was one specific one that the equine community said that really should not apply to them and should be exempt from. And so all of the other ones, the equine community themselves were okay with keeping and applying all the other minimum standards.
Are you aware that when vets show up to a ranch, they're not going to have an examination room? They're not going to have, well, fire precaution, granted, they will. But the whole onslaught of requirements, reception room and office examination room, as you mentioned, for your reasoning in item 6, a lot of times the vets see these animals in a barn. So they will not have access to a lot of these requirements. And it's worrisome because you've now defined a large veterinary, premise. And yet I don't know if a single facility that can meet these requirements. I understand it's existing, but by all of a sudden defining a large animal fixed veterinary premise, maybe it's the key is in the definition, but if it's a barn, they're not going to be able to meet this. But if it's already existing in the language and it's already a requirement, then my suggestion is for the next cycle, maybe look into it further. That's the only suggestion I have, because I don't think it's a practical regulation to comply with for larger animals. I can see it for smaller animals in a vet clinic, but not larger. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commissioners who would like to discuss this agenda item? If not, we will now take comments from members of the public on agenda item 4. At this time, I would like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 4 to please put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. Public comments from the audience. Any comments that we see? Here? Okay.
None in the room, and there are no hands raised in Zoom. We do have 2 phone participants. If either of those phone participants would like to make a comment, now is the time. Looks like we have no comments.
Okay, and to the staff of the commission, were any written comments submitted to the commission prior to this meeting?
No comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, that concludes the public comment portion. I will turn the item number 4 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Department of Consumer Affairs Veterinary Medical Board proposed adoptions of amendments to the 2025 California Building Code, Part 2, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Rambin, move to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Patel, second.
Okay, thank you. It's moved and seconded that we're going ahead and approve the amendments to the building code. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? No. Hearing none. We will now have a roll call vote.
I just want to mention that Frank Ramirez has arrived to the commission, so we'll mark him as present, and I'll go ahead and start calling the roll.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell, Commissioner Klossbuckner,
Abstain.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous except for 1 sustain, and the motion is carried. Next agenda item is agenda item number 5. This is the California Energy Commission. Proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Administrative and Energy Codes, Part 1 and 6, Title 24. Will the representative from the California Energy Commission please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item number 5?
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate all of you. My name is Andrew McAllister. I'm one of 5 commissioners at the California Energy Commission. I wanted to be here in person today. I'm not going to be the primary spokesperson, just to be clear. We have actually competent staff behind me here. And Gypsy Ashong, who leads our building standards efforts, will be doing the principal presentation here of our update. I just wanted to make a few comments to really give some context. And I know time is precious and you're all here and you're taking, this is not your day job for most of you. So I just really appreciate your attention. I do appreciate Director Bumbalov's distinction of adoption versus approval. And so the Energy Commission is an adopting agency. So we've already adopted what you'll see for Title 24, Part 6 and Part 11. In the next couple items. I wanted to just sort of help everyone just with some context about how important California's leadership is in the decarbonization journey that our globe needs to undergo. And particularly sort of, we've had great alignment with the federal government, but I think, in the next few years, we will take on even a more overt sort of leadership position in terms of decarbonizing our economy. And our building stock is really a backbone of that effort. And energy efficiency is a primary way that we decarbonize our buildings. Obviously, a lot of electrification going on as well, and we do sort of encourage and enable pathways for electric in new construction and somewhat in existing buildings as well. Going forward. So I think our decarbonization journey does really begin in a way with buildings and transportation. We heard an item about transportation and how important electrification of transportation is. And the building code is actually a great platform for that as well. But it's worth noting that our grid in California almost every day right now, at least 1 hour, is 100% carbon free. That's most of the year, certainly in the shoulder seasons in the spring and the fall, many hours actually. Overall, across all hours of the year, we're approaching 2/3 carbon free of our grid. And so electricity really is, a key mechanism or a key platform for our decarbonization journey. And you'll hear something about sort of creating pathways for heat pumps and electric technologies in the building code. As an adopting agency, we really take the process incredibly seriously. The process is kind of the lifeblood of good policy. And it really does, we have hundreds of stakeholders. Gypsy will likely tell you about all the workshops and hearings and meetings that comprise the update at the Energy Commission. And our staff and our stakeholders really make a huge effort. And so there's a real collective wisdom that is reflected, I think, in the final product here that you'll see, that you'll vote on. And these, every update has to be feasible, technically feasible, and cost effective. And so we've shown that, and I think really taken that extremely seriously. So with that, I wanted to just thank all of you again, and particularly Director Bumbalov and your staff, Kevin Day, Irina Brosman, and others at the Standards Commission, and then also our partners at the Division of State Architect, HCD, Public Utilities Commission, the Air Resources Board, Department of Finance, the Fire Marshal, many, many others who've chimed in during our process. So I really appreciate all of you. And this is really exciting. I think the last thing I'll mention is just buildings and vehicles, as they tend to be more electric, are going to be keys for system reliability in our electric system as well. Load flexibility, the ability to have all these new loads coming onto the grid, be good citizens of the grid. And be able to be aggregatable and even manageable in real time when we have challenges on the grid. Those technologies are here, and the Energy Commission, with our partners at the Public Utilities Commission largely, and at the California Independent System Operator also, are looking for ways and actually developing some rules and some policies that are going to help us mobilize and aggregate those loads in a way that really do buttress reliability of the grid and help us manage electricity rates. And so this update embodies some of that. There will be more of it in future updates, and then also in other ways that we're doing in terms of our forecasting and technology development at the appliance level. So all of those things will go, most of those will go into buildings, and the building is the platform for many of these technologies. So with that, I wanted to just say thanks again and pass the baton to Gypsy for the rest of our presentation. I really appreciate your attention and wanted to just come here in person and say thanks to all of you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Gypsy Atchong, Manager of the Building Standards Branch of the Efficiency Division of the California Energy Commission, and I'm accompanied by Counsel Michael Mirza. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Energy Commission's 2025 Building Energy Efficiency Standards, also known as the California Energy Code, for California Building Standards Commission approval for Title 24, Parts 1 and 6. The Energy Commission is confident that we have considerably exceeded requirements established by the Administrative Procedures Act and Building Standards Law, given our robust pre-rulemaking and rulemaking processes. The Energy Commission's public process is vital to evaluating and establishing cost effectiveness and technical feasibility for proposed updates in a transparent way. The Energy Commission concluded through this process that the adopted standards meet the 9-point criteria enumerated in Health and Safety Code subsection 18930A. The public record for our proceeding can be found in our docket 24 BSTD-01. And these standards were adopted by the Energy Commission on September 11, 2024. Since the 1970s, the Energy Commission has developed, adopted, and regularly updated building standards for incorporation into Title 24. California law requires that these standards be cost-effective, which means that the value of energy savings due to the standards must exceed the life cycle cost of complying with the standards. While per capita electricity consumption in the US has increased steadily over the last 40 years, California's per capita consumption has remained flat, at least in part due to our building and appliance efficiency standards. The Energy Commission estimates that efficiency standards for buildings and appliances have saved Californians over $200 billion since inception and are set to reach as much as $300 billion in cumulative economic value to the state by 2030. With extreme weather events becoming more frequent, there is an even greater need for buildings that are efficient, reliable, and resilient. The new standards presented today build on decades of rigorous analysis and will guide the construction of buildings that will continue to keep costs down, better withstand the impacts of climate change, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Flexibility is a foundational characteristic of California's energy code, which offers two pathways for compliance, a performance path and a prescriptive path. The performance path provides maximum flexibility, giving builders the ability to design using any combination of measures and appliances that satisfy an overall energy budget and meet or exceed mandatory requirements. Building designs that meet the overall energy budget calculated using any computer modeling software approved by the Energy Commission will comply with the Energy Code. Alternatively, the prescriptive path offers a simple menu of compliance options that builders can select from. As long as builders pick from the listed options, the building will comply with the Energy Code. However, builders are not limited to that limited list of options in the prescriptive pathway because they can always choose the more flexible path, the performance path. Select highlights of the 2025 Energy Code include expanding the use of heat pumps for space conditioning and water heating in newly constructed single-family, multifamily, and select non-residential buildings complying with the prescriptive path. Heat pumps provide substantial increases in energy efficiency, reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, opportunities for load flexibility, and are cost-effective. These heat pump compliance options are not mandatory, and energy code compliance can be achieved through the performance path using other building measures. We're also updating space conditioning system control standards for non-residential buildings, encouraging electric-ready commercial kitchens and central water heating systems in multifamily buildings, to set up owners to use cleaner electric water heating and cooking when they are ready to invest in those technologies. Electric ready means installing dedicated circuits and panel capacity at the most affordable point in a building's life to most cost effectively enable the installation of electric appliances in the future. We also updating photovoltaic and battery energy storage system standards for high-rise multifamily and non-residential buildings to achieve cost-effective installations in consideration of revised net billing and virtual net billing rules. For the purposes of the standards, photovoltaic plus battery systems are sized modestly to ensure that nearly all of the electricity that is generated is used on site thereby helping to ensure cost effectiveness of the systems over time while minimizing grid exports. We're strengthening ventilation requirements in multifamily buildings to improve indoor air quality. And we're moving the field verification and diagnostic program to Title 24, Part 1 from Title 20. Just as a reminder, the Energy Commission does not mandate specific fuel types. California's Energy Code is founded on the principle of enabling building designers to use a range of options for complying with our energy requirements. CEC staff have determined that CEQA applies to the adoption of the 2025 Energy Code. The Energy Commission prepared an initial study and proposed negative declaration in compliance with CEQA. We found that there is no substantial evidence in light of the whole record that the proposed 2025 Energy Code will have a significant adverse effect on the environment, and no comments on the initial study and proposed negative declaration change this conclusion. The final initial study was presented and approved, and the negative declaration was adopted at the Energy Commission business meeting on September 11, 2024. In all, this update of the Energy Code is anticipated to save California's over 4 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent and will provide Californians with over $4.8 billion of energy cost savings. This Energy Code update represents an important step for consumers on our path to achieve California's energy and climate goals. To develop the 2025 Energy Code, the Energy Commission conducted an extensive, transparent public process. Between March 2022 and today, the Energy Commission held and participated in over 30 stakeholder meetings and public workshops. We held 3 lead commissioner hearings. We offered the public 1 45-day comment period and 2 15-day comment periods to review proposed regulatory language, and considered and responded to over 700 formal public comments. We received several comments praising the CEC's transparency and engagement with the regulated community and other stakeholders throughout the process of adopting the Energy Code. Over decades of standards development, the Energy Commission has developed strong relationships with builders, designers, product manufacturers, environmental advocacy groups, and local building departments. The Energy Commission respectfully requests that the Building Standards Commission approve the adopted 2025 Energy Code for inclusion in the California Building Standards Code. We are happy to answer any questions commissioners may have. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item 5 is open for commission discussion at this time. Commissioner?
Thank you for all the hard work that the Energy Commission does. I'm Commissioner Rambin. I'm an architect. I struggle with the Energy Code. I have to say it's a very dense document. I think it's a compliment to your work, all the public input that you got. I did dig in to some of the feedback that you got from stakeholders, which I think would be good to have in the information that we get. To have links to all that public comment. I have other mechanical engineers that I work with who made comments, and it was great to see their suggestions and to see how they were implemented. One note in something that you said, that builders use the Energy Code, builders don't use the Energy Code, architects and engineers use the Energy Code. So I think recognizing that it's a design process that we have to go through, and having the flexibility of the 2 pathways is really important. We don't all get to work with large home developers and large commercial developers. We work with people that are have very tight budget strings, and having ways to meet the code requirements and the intent of decarbonization is really important. So thank you for that.
Thank you for your comment.
Any other commissioners? Please, Commissioner.
My apologies. I was trying to go through all these packets and I'm not sure if I understood which part of your proposals address new construction and which parts address existing replacement of let's say single family housing whose air conditioning has been broken and they're trying to replace it. Where is the differentiation between new construction, where the two paths are very practical when compared to existing single family residences or businesses where the second path is very impractical and you do need to replace it with a heat pump unit?
I'm guessing that the tenor of your comment is related to the next agenda item, Cal Green, but Part 6 has under its scope both new construction and existing buildings. But the measure that you are specifically referring to is in Cal Green, which is in the voluntary, it's one of our voluntary proposals.
Thank you.
Yes, please, Commissioner.
On the cost, thank you. On the cost of the to single family homes and multifamily homes, and how that might be passed on to the owners and renters, for example. I know in your Sharia there seems to indicate no well, there are some upfront costs to builders, but then you also indicate that there are no significant increases to the cost of housing. And my understanding is if there's a cost to a builder, that's usually passed on to the purchaser or the renter. And I'm curious what analysis you've done in your economic modeling about the specific impacts to low-income housing and multifamily housing in particular.
Well, I'll answer your higher level question first. So there is significant evidence that the cost increases associated with complying with the energy code have no statistically significant impact on median single family home sale prices. You know, for folks who are familiar with the California market, the factors that really drive housing costs are neighborhood, comparable homes, location, home size, age, interest rates, and other economic indicators, which the energy code does not impact. We understand that if you had, I mean, it's a theoretical experiment, but if you had two identical homes, one that was compliant with the energy code and one that was not compliant with the energy code, but they were in the same neighborhood, the same, you know, same size, everything else, they would sell for the same price. I would, regarding multifamily homes, I think there's probably a difference between market rates and affordable. And I would note that in my experience, affordable housing, they tend to be more aggressive on energy efficiency because often they have upfront capital and they're really trying to minimize the operational costs of those dwellers in those affordable units. So that's my experience. I'd be happy to hear if you have a different experience.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other commissioner who'd like to discuss this item. So now we would like to take comments from members of the public. And that is again on agenda item 5. At this time, I would like to remind the public who wish to speak on agenda item 5 to please put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. Do we have any public comments from the audience? Right. We will now take public comments from members of the public that are on Zoom. Barbara, are there any?
Yes, our first comment is going to be from Ted.
Commissioners, my name is Ted Tiffany. I'm with the Building Decarbonization Coalition. I'm kind of upset. Commissioner McAllister kind of lined up a lot of my thanks and praise to his staff for a robust compliance improvement period. Your staff has been amazing, Commissioner. And we've had some really tough conversations about, affordability and effectiveness and what gets in and out of this set of energy code. But the staff did an incredible job engaging with stakeholders in every form, from the California Building Industry Association through the advocates. And, in the concept of this changing landscape of renewable energy that Commissioner noted on, this energy code is a robust update of the code that gets us closer to electrification with allowing the flexibility in those extreme cases to install gas if needed. But this is a step in the right direction. I want to take this opportunity to thank staff and just to provide a couple of context comments on the affordability discussion, and especially around low-income housing. I work with a lot of low-income housing developers and colleagues of mine that have found in the landscape of changing utility allowances, it is cheaper to go all electric. And it is more affordable with our solar component to be all electric and reduce those greenhouse gas emissions, besides the indoor air quality and outdoor air quality improvements that we're not valuing in that dollar fully. But everything the Energy Commission has done this code cycle, I'm in support of, and our colleagues are from the environmental community, with a couple of handful of exceptions, but we'll be working with staff on those to improve strategy. I just wanted to thank again CEC staff, and number one, their process in developing this code is incredibly robust, stakeholder engaged, and open to the public. And I encourage Building Standards Commission to follow their adoption proceedings and allow for more public participation in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tom.
My name is Tom Payne. I'm with Consul in Sacramento, an energy consulting firm. Today, I'm actually giving comments on behalf of Bob Raymer, who unfortunately couldn't attend today, from the California Building Industry Association, the California Business Properties Association, and the California Building Owners and Managers Association. We very much appreciate all the hard work from Energy Commission staff and their keen sense of collaboration, and we offer our support for the adoption of these amendments to the code. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kelly.
California's.
Kelly, you just muted yourself.
Do you hear an echo?
No.
Okay, I'll continue. The California Statewide Utility Codes and Standards Enhancement Team supports the adoption of the 2025 Energy Code. 3 California investor-owned utilities, PG&E, SDG&E, SCE, and 2 publicly owned utilities, Los Angeles Department of Water and Power and SMUD, supported the statewide case team's participation in the 2025 set. Throughout the 2025 code update cycle, our team had the opportunity to collaborate with CEC staff and many stakeholders to develop 60 unique code change proposals, demonstrating the robust stakeholder process mentioned by Gypsy at the start of this agenda item. Adoption of the 2025 Energy Code represents a significant milestone in the state's continued efforts to meet critical energy and climate goals. We thank the Energy Commission for their continued leadership and enthusiastically support the adoption, which will bring benefits to building occupants for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kurt.
Thank you. I'll keep my comments brief. I'm Kurt Hurley with the City of Berkeley. I would also briefly echo the comments of the past speakers in acknowledging the process of the commission and the incredible work that has been headed up by Commissioner McAllister. I'd like to make a sort of an aspirational comment that as we have a goal to install 6 million heat pumps in our state, we have an opportunity for manufacturer disclosure of power factor and to consider, as we did with LEDs, with the JA8 standard, setting a minimum power factor standard for those appliances. Thank you. I guess finally, if there's a mid-cycle amendment, this is a quicker opportunity than the triennial milestone to work with manufacturers to enhance the engineering and the performance and to reduce the energy at the customer meter for the same cooling or heating work that is performed by a heat pump. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sven.
Hi, Sven Thiessen now speaking as Project Green Home. We are one of the nation's first net zero energy, passive, beyond platinum LEED homes in the United States, completed in 2011. We've had over 4,000 people tour the house, including politicians, students, technicians, engineers, the full gamut of the public, as a means to educate what it means to be all electric. We're living the dream, you could say. It's functional, it's comfortable, it's beautiful, and it's only 2,200 square feet. And I want to reiterate everyone's comments to note in support of these CEC comments. I particularly want to reiterate what Commissioner McAllister said earlier about the importance of EV ready. And this goes back to electric vehicles. We've had EV ready, and this is why it's so inequitable on the EV side for single family homes for a long time. And we've let those people who live in apartments and condos go to the wayside. And they are the people that have the biggest transportation burden, the biggest problem with transportation security. So let's go forth with these. Let's hurry up, get them in place. And as an energy geek, chemical engineer, I like what Kurt said about getting power factors for heat pumps as a noted listing on the documentation. And if we can set standards there too, that would be grand. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no more hands raised. We do have a few phone participants. If anyone on the phone wishes to make a comment, now is the time.
All right, hearing no more comments. Staff, were there any written comments submitted to the commission prior to the meeting?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, that concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 5 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the California Energy Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Administrative and Energy Codes, Part 1 and 6, Title 24.
Commissioner Sasaki moved to approve.
My apologies. I have a follow-up question. My apologies. I should have asked it earlier, but I'm confused about part 5 and 6 because 6 has no economic impact statement. And so my question is, you guys have a cost and benefit analysis done. When it comes to, I just need some clarification because when it comes to furnaces, for example, the life cycle of a furnace can last 20 to 30 years. Has that been taken into consideration? Because I have to replace my air conditioner every 7 years. So was that cost, do we know how long these products, heat pumps will last? I know with the passive fire protection, the option number 2 is going to last, but with the heat pumps, which is probably going to be the most likely route many will go, will they last 20 to 30 years, or should we double or triple the cost impact because we have to replace them more often? Thank you.
Okay, so a couple clarifying comments. So what we're talking about in this agenda item is parts 1 and part 6. Part 1 is administrative, and so I don't believe it has any costs associated with it because it's kind of like our process rules for engaging in a process way with us. The second question is again probably more related to the next agenda item, but I will cover it here because the question is broad enough that it's relevant to this question. What you're really asking us about is our cost effectiveness analysis. How do we calculate, how do we sum up all of those benefits over the historic life of a building, and how do we sum up all the costs? And yes, we do. We look at the estimated life of all products, and we try to find the best sources that we can. I don't remember exactly what we use for a furnace life, but I do know their lives tend to be quite long, on the order of 20 years. I believe that for heat pump, we used the same life that the Department of Energy uses. Which I believe for the smaller equipment, I think it is quite long, but it may be 15 years. But again, we look at that 30-year life, and if equipment is only going to last 15 years, then we'll have the first cost twice, right? We'll have it at the outset when the building's first constructed, and then we'll have it again at 15 years. And then we're looking at operational costs over the entire 30 years. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. One more follow-up question, sorry. And this is related to I was researching it, and what happened in Germany is when it became mandatory, all of a sudden, all the manufacturers of heat pumps started increasing their pricing, which is kind of concerning when you require something that's mandatory. Has the commission looked at that? And again, I'm not sure if this is related to part 5 or 6, so I apologize for that.
I wouldn't say that our analysis gets into that level of scarcity, just because, again, California is a big state, but we're still only one state in the United States. So while our demand does, definitely the market is interested in serving the California market, it still only represents, 15 or 16% of the market. So I don't think we have the power to really, create a very non-competitive situation. And again, I just want to make it clear that we don't require anybody do any specific thing. We offer 2 paths with different options, and builders choose what they want to do.
Thank you.
So no other comments on that item. That concludes the public comment portion. I'm going to repeat. I'm going to go ahead and turn this item back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the California Energy Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Administrative and Energy Codes, Part 1 and 6, Title 24.
Commissioner Sasaki, move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Klaus Berkner, second.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussions from the commissioners regarding this motion?
Commissioner Sasaki.
Go ahead, Kent.
Go ahead. Look, I mean, California leads the way, and the Energy Commission has clearly put a lot of energy and effort, no pun intended, into these changes. I think they're going to really make a huge difference for the future. Anyway, they should be really commended for it. I live in an older home, which is not very energy efficient. 4 years ago, we installed several heat pumps, mainly for cooling here in Walnut Creek. Anyway, they've turned out to be fantastic, very efficient. And I mean, it's great to see, hopefully the installation of heat pumps more widespread through housing in California. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Another commissioner. You had a commissioner.
I did. Thank Commissioner Patel. First of all, I just wanted to applaud Commissioner McAllister's leadership in this effort. I think you've done a fantastic job, and to thank staff as well, because I know it's very difficult to go through these energy standards, and we appreciate all the outreach that you've done to all the stakeholders that are out there. I did have sort of one general question, because the things I hear from the field are have to do with grid reliability and grid capacity, as well as product availability, things like transformers and things that get delayed. From just a high level, how are we doing in that regard?
I guess I will say that grid reliability and grid capacity are not things that, like, I personally, there are other groups at the Energy Commission that are focused very closely on that. I will tell you that our builder stakeholders keep us very well aware of product availability. If we were to try to consider a technology that they did not think they could install when they're building their large single family home developments, they definitely let us know.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. We'll now have a roll call. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by saying A. Those opposed saying no, and abstaining. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call.
Commissioner Santillan.
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
Commissioner Legre.
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell. And Commissioner Klossbuckner.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. The next agenda item is item number 6. Agenda item 6 is the California Energy Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Green Building Standards Code, Part 11, Title 24. And I believe, Gypsy, you're also presenting on this.
Yep.
Go forward.
Okay, Chair and Commissioners, thank you for welcoming us back. For the record, my name is Gypsy Atchung, and I'm manager of the Building Standards Branch of the Efficiency Division of the California Energy Commission, and I'm accompanied by Counsel Michael Mirza. I am here to present the Energy Commission's voluntary 2025 Building Energy Efficiency Standards, a portion of California's Green Building Standards Code, also known as CalGreen, proposed for codification in Title 24, Part 11, Appendices A4 and A5. The public record for this proceeding can be found in our docket 24-BSTD-02. These standards were also recently adopted by the Energy Commission on September 11, 2024. And the Energy Commission also adopted staff's determination that adoption of the CalGreen amendments is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. The Energy Commission's adopted voluntary energy standards contained in the 2025 CalGreen are intended to complement and enhance the previously presented 2025 Energy Code. The 2025 CalGreen amendments include a prescriptive option for a heat pump when replacing an air conditioner in existing single-family homes, increased efficiency for alterations to multifamily and non-residential pool or spa heaters, updated performance energy targets for newly constructed single-family homes, and outdoor luminaire standards for all building types. Similar to the 2025 Energy Code, the amendments presented in this item were developed by the Energy Commission using an open and transparent public process. Development of the 2025 CalGreen and informational amendments began with a public presentation of the overall plan and schedule for this rulemaking. Subsequent workshops addressed aspects of the amendments in detail, including presentation to the California Building Standards Commission's Green Code Advisory Committee on March 18, 2024. And one lead commissioner hearing held on June 5th, 2024. During this process, stakeholder groups submitted comments with suggestions for improvements to the proposed standards, and Energy Commission staff considered and responded to all public comments. The voluntary energy efficiency standards, and I do want to repeat that, voluntary in the 2025 CalGreen are designed to be cost effective if implemented, as well as technically feasible. If a local jurisdiction chooses to adopt a local ordinance that requires compliance with any of these voluntary standards, it must submit that local ordinance to the Energy Commission. In order for the local ordinance to become enforceable, the Energy Commission must find under Public Resources Code Section 25402.1, subdivision H2, that the local jurisdiction has determined the local ordinance to be cost effective, and that the local ordinance would result in a decrease of energy consumption compared to the Energy Code. At this point, the Energy Commission respectfully requests that the Building Standards Commission approve the adopted voluntary 2025 CalGreen amendments. We are happy to answer any questions the commissioners may have. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. That was a great overview. Thank you for that overview. Item 6 is now open for commission discussion.
This is Commissioner Haskin. As we've already talked about an adopting agency, our main job here is to review the process and procedures. I am a little confused, so I'm actually looking for some clarification on this point. My understanding was that the CalGreen is under the Building Standards Commission and not under the Energy Commission's purview. And so it doesn't make sense to me that the Energy Commission is adopting a standard outside of their jurisdiction. Correct me if I'm mistaken there. So maybe this question is more for legal counsel, because the 9-point criteria point 2 is that that the proposed standard is within parameters established by enabling legislation, is not expressly within the exclusive jurisdiction of another agency. Can we get some clarification on that?
Vienna, our legal counsel, can you help with some legal interpretation?
Yeah, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, hi, this is Viana Barber, legal counsel for the Building Standards Commission. I would actually like to hear from the Energy Commission's counsel or staff representing the Energy Commission at the meeting. We haven't had a chance to review this legal issue before this meeting. So as the adopting agency who has that power, I would like to know what legal review they've conducted before we take a look at this.
Thank you. So this is Michael Mirza, senior attorney at the California Energy Commission. So we do have specific authority in Part 11 for appendices A4 and A5, specifically related to energy efficiency and energy conservation measures as part of this voluntary code.
Oh, the appendices to the CalGreen.
Correct. Just the two appendices here, A4 and A5.
And just to clear the air, I personally have no problem with voluntary measures, and the voluntary measures that are proposed are fine. I just was clarifying for just doing our duty.
Thank you.
Please, Commissioner.
Just for clarification, I know the emphasis is on voluntary measures. However, it's not like when I put in my solar, I'm voluntarily installed the solar. it is an appendix where a jurisdiction can adopt, and then it's forced on the homeowners within that jurisdiction. So it's not technically like solar. And I am a bit concerned with existing homes because, for example, just like solar, people installed solar partly because they wanted to do it for the environment, partly for financial reasons, because the long-term cost of electricity has gone up. And yet, you know, utility companies increase their rates, and what you give back to the grid is now under NEM 3, which is pretty much nothing. So to call this a voluntary measure, I know where you're going. It is voluntary for the jurisdictions. It's not voluntary for the people. And it can, when you have a home, my concern is when you have a home that is existing, it's really heat pump or like a lot more expensive upgrades to the house with insulation and whatnot, especially in Southern California where life is good. It's sunny. So I have serious concerns with this particular proposal just because of the financial burden on people that might not be able to afford it once their air conditioning unit breaks down.
And believe me, this is why this measure is in CalGreen and not in Pod 6, because we had the exact same hot break on this measure. So what I can tell you is we did a lot of work on this measure. We're putting it into CalGreen. I can tell you that we are working with a number of different jurisdictions who are trying to advance California's goals. And they are all looking at the economics of this measure. And as you can imagine, adopting a code at a local jurisdiction, it's a little closer, right? It's, you know, this is the person that you're going to see at the farmer's market. And so I think I think our standard is extremely high. I don't want to say it's not, but I think that at the local jurisdiction, its rules are much more heartfelt. And so I can't guarantee that this rule won't be adopted by a jurisdiction and create hardship, but from our working with jurisdictions, they seem extremely sensitive to the issue and are really working to think about, you know, what are their electric rates? What are the incentives that are available and so on, so that they do not create hardship for the citizens within their jurisdictions.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Patel. I can add to that as well. Being from local jurisdictions, many local jurisdictions will pass reach codes or take some of these voluntary measures to make them mandatory. But from past history, I know that any measure that has to do with energy, we are required to provide a cost analysis. And so, for example, if I'm in LA, I can't take the cost analysis from Berkeley. I have to run the cost analysis with my own utility and my own climate zone to be able to make sure that it works. So there are individual cost-effective studies you have to do, and the Energy Commission is pretty robust in reviewing kind of what locals do through their public process to make sure that it meets all the requirements.
Any other?
If I could just add a little bit additional context, the proposal does include flexibility into the structure of the code itself to allow for replacements of particular products to choose among multiple pathways. So there are no specific requirements in our proposal. And the proposal in Part 11 really is just a guide for local jurisdictions, and local jurisdictions can adopt whatever it is that makes sense in their local jurisdiction based on upfront costs or the overall cost effectiveness based on their climate zones.
I just wanted to follow up on following up on Commissioner Patel's comment. So you said that if a local jurisdiction wants to adopt the voluntary measure, they have to present it to the Energy Commission, and you go through the same process we go through when code changes come about to make sure they've gone through a robust public process, they've done the cost analysis, and kick it back if they haven't done all that, correct?
Correct. And it has to go through it has to be presented at a public meeting. That's one of the items that we check.
A local public meeting.
A local
got
public
it.
meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
A lot of times when I'm dealing with discussing things with jurisdictions, authority having jurisdictions, they file their local amendments. But I don't believe there's a process, for example, for Building Standards Commission to review or give feedback. Does the California Energy Commission look at it with a lot of scrutiny when people are providing these types of local amendments?
I will say that my team reviews those from a technical perspective, and Michael's team reviews them from a legal perspective. And once staff has determined that the authority having jurisdiction has met both our technical requirements and our legal requirements, then actually those ordinances go to the Energy Commission board meeting for approval. So that is another place where if a resident of a jurisdiction is really unhappy about a reach code that's being adopted, they have that opportunity to raise it to the commission. What I would tell you is that in my experience, we generally the local codes that come to us, they've gone through a public process, and they are not trying to adopt things that their residents are not supportive of. That's my experience. Please follow up.
Sorry, one follow-up question. Is there anybody from California Energy Commission that looks at the financial analysis that jurisdictions provide? Because there's legal and then there's technical. Where does the financials stand?
It falls under technical. So that's one of the requirements of a reach code is they have to show that the measure is cost effective within their local jurisdiction. And so often, sometimes measures may not be cost effective statewide because we live in very different climate zones. We have different, frankly, rates, utility rates. And so sometimes there are small, areas of California that for whatever reason have a really nice, situation for some technology. And so those communities can sometimes advance the market in terms of adopting, new and interesting technologies. But the jurisdiction has to bring that cost effectiveness analysis to us for review, and they have to present that cost effectiveness analysis in a public meeting within their jurisdiction. There any
Thank you.
follow-up discussion items? Please.
Quickly, thank you.
Commissioner, yes.
So you take a look at, I understand your economic analysis, and there are no costs, but you don't really look at downstream in terms of how that's going to be implemented and how it's going to cost, what it may cost to the house buyer, to the renter, because the locals will do that analysis. So that's essentially what you're doing is there's no cost to put this in the CalGreen, but the cost will come downstream, and you will have an opportunity to look at that analysis, that economic analysis.
Yeah, and I would say that there are a lot of resources to help jurisdictions develop that cost effectiveness analysis. So on this measure in particular, because we did a robust analysis of this measure, we are sharing our information with jurisdictions who are interested. But the investor-owned utilities who were represented by Kelly Cunningham on the last agenda item, they have a reach codes team who are interacting with authorities having jurisdiction. And if there is a demand from those authorities having jurisdiction for information, technical expertise, et cetera, on any specific measure, then they are able to support those jurisdictions with robust cost effectiveness analyses that meet our criteria.
One more follow-up, please. Yes, Commissioner.
Sorry, one of my concerns is big cities with rural areas. How, rich big city homeowners have quite a bit of equity in their home, and it's worrisome that jurisdictions can pass this by a majority, yet it's going to hurt the people might hurt the people in the rural area. So I am a little bit concerned with this particular proposal, a little in regards to that. Have you guys looked into that, or is that really for the individual jurisdictions to look into to see if there's a good way to address less expensive homes in the more rural area that are part of a bigger city that might vote for this particular change?
Yeah, I mean, what I can say is that, with our analysis, and again, we're really pushing authorities having jurisdiction to meet our criteria, our level of rigor. And so for our analysis, we are looking at by climate zones, and we're looking at rates in those different areas. And so if the cost effectiveness analysis will fail because of climate zone or because of rates, and in existing buildings, we also have to look at, what are those building, what are they, right? I mean, we all know that in California, we have some really old buildings that are extremely, their envelope is extremely leaky, shall we say. And so we do also look at the profile of the housing stock. And so I am comfortable that if a jurisdiction is following our analysis, they would find those pain points. And at the Energy Commission, when we find those pain points, we usually we add an exception for those areas. I mean, part of the reason the Energy Code is complex, as Commissioner Raman said, is because we're trying to carve out areas where different measures don't make sense. And so we very much, I trust that the REACH codes team, and certainly any code that comes to us for review, if we find those pain points, we're going to encourage the jurisdiction to create an exception.
Thank you.
If I could just add a little bit of context about the public process for adopting local REACH codes. So we do have the authority under 25402.1H2 to allow local jurisdictions to adopt these REACH codes. And that authority is implemented through 10-106 in Part 1, which we heard in the last item. And 10-106 requires the local jurisdictions to submit an application to the Energy Commission that includes both their local REACH code, the justifications behind the REACH code, as well as confirmation that the cost effectiveness determination has been adopted at a local public meeting. And that application comes to the commission, where we then, after we determine that it's complete, it then goes out for an additional public comment period that is noticed by the Energy Commission statewide. And so that comment period can be between 15 and 60 days to allow for additional public input on this application to the commission. And then once that application is fully vetted and complete, then the executive director of the Energy Commission makes a recommendation to the commission itself at the business meeting to allow for additional opportunity for public comment on that. And so that public process allows for constituents and additional voices to continue to be heard throughout that process.
Sorry, one follow-up question. when this, maybe it's for the authority AHJs in at this table, once the analysis is done, then it is approved for the next 4 years. Am I correct? But is this for lifetime? Because costs change, everything changes. And I'm concerned that we do an analysis, it gets approved, CEC approves it, we all walk away, and all of a sudden the cost goes up to the homeowners with existing homes in rural areas or whatnot. So how will this affect? Does this cost analysis, is it done every 4 years when they make amendments to the codes every 4 years, or is it for the lifetime of the codes?
So the local reach codes need to be reapproved each code cycle. So every 3 years.
Thank you.
All right. I see there are no more comments from commissioners online either. We will now take comments from members of the public on item number 6. And for those on the phone, I'd like to remind you, if you wish to speak on item number 6, please put yourself in the queue now by using the raised hand feature in Zoom, or listen for the chair to ask for comments from the phone and unmute yourself at that time. Are there any public comments from the audience? We will now take comments from members of the public on Zoom.
Yes, first is going to be Ted.
Yeah, hi, Commissioners. Ted Tiffany with the Building Decarbonization Coalition again. I want to thank the CEC staff for doing such a robust analysis on this local reach code measure. They have created a space for local jurisdictions to really show cost effectiveness at their local jurisdiction. Somebody like Sacramento at SMUD territory, their rates are really favorable towards this measure, and a local jurisdiction can adopt that like that. And anywhere there's a municipal impact. And that can include incentive programs, things like St. Helena did with, permit reductions, all affect the initial cost of heat pumps. And so that gives up flexibility for local jurisdictions to adopt this measure with their own influence on the costs and even the operational costs through rates. So I want to encourage the Building Standards Commission to adopt this proceeding as it is, and thank the Energy Commission for really doing the due diligence of creating some really effective, exceptional language for those high cost scenarios to protect installers and ratepayers and give them some options. Those are embedded in there. And then I just want to highlight the supportive efforts from the IOU Codes and Standards team that's led by PG&E to really give jurisdictions that robust cost analysis support, and that's desperately needed with that technical support. So I think in the whole, with the support of the technical experts and the flexibility that local jurisdictions will have in this measure, I'm encouraged that gives the commission some robust sense of calm that this measure will be handled well at the local jurisdiction, and the CEC process will be robust in their analysis of cost effectiveness at the CEC level. So thanks for all your hard work on this, commissioners. I implore you to adopt this.
Thank you. Next, we have Kelly.
Thank you. Just confirming that PG&E, SCE, and SDG&E is a combined team. As Gypsy and Ted noted, do offer both statewide analysis and custom analysis to any jurisdiction that requests it of us. It contains many factors, including the price of manufacturing equipment. It includes rate analysis, all sorts of flavors. Localenergycodes.com is our online hub, so commissioners could take a look there, or their staff could, etc., if you'd like to see more about what we offer. But just confirming that that is true, and this is not an IOU only area offering. This is indeed statewide to any jurisdiction that should need help developing their energy ordinance. So thank you very much. Just making sure that you're aware of that resource, which does help to offset the cost of the analysis that then informs the sustainability staff the city council, and the people of the jurisdictions that attend the proceedings before these are officially approved. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we don't have any other hands raised, but we do have a couple of phone participants. So if either of those folks on the phone would like to make a comment, now is the time. No more comment.
Thank you. Well, that concludes, oh, excuse me. Were there any written comments on this item?
No comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 6 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the California Energy Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Green Building Standard Code, Part 11, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Haskin, move to approve.
Do I have a second? Thank you. It is moved and seconded that to state for the record. Is there any further discussion for the commissioners regarding this motion? Thank you. Hearing none, we will now have a roll call. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, please indicate by saying no. And if abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please, the roll call.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner.
Abstain.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre.
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez. I'm
Aye.
sorry. Thank you. Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan.
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote is unanimous with one abstaining, and the motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you. Well, given the time on the agenda right now, I think we would like to propose lunch break.
Yeah, we had a choice, break versus longer lunch. So we finished the adopting agency, so we better take a 1 hour lunch and beat the crowd for lunch. We have a cafeteria downstairs, restaurants across the freeway. Back in Truxville, there are a few restaurants too, so there are several options. I think Pam had menus somewhere.
Yes, I do. I've got menus and maps.
Okay. 1 hour, so it's 11:42. Let's say 12:42. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine. We will convene at that time. 12:42 is what I heard. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we broke the lunch hour, and so we're gonna do this. So, no, but Mark wasn't on, and so I pinged him, just saying, hey, how, but he logged on, and then I reached out. February, done in April, so. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Pam.
Maria, I get a chance to introduce myself. Sarah. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Oh, yeah. Introduce myself as well.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm the undersecretary at CBSC, so glad to be here and help support all this really good work. So, how long have you been on the commission?
We're sorry, your conference is ending now. Please hang up. Rain dance. All participants are now in listen-only mode.
It's 12:42, but we're waiting for two commissioners, so we'll give them a minute.
Thank you, everyone. We will go ahead and start our meeting again. It is 12:47 on December 17th. Did you,
You want to check the quorum?
Okay, thank you. We're ready to go.
We finished I forgot my microphone. We finished the adopting agencies, so now we are going to agenda item 7. We'll start with agenda item 7. We'll finish with agenda item 26. This is for the state proposing agency rulemakings for the 2025 triennial code adoption cycle. The California Building Standards Commission will take action to approve, disapprove, return for further study, or approve as amended the proposed code changes to various parts contained in the California Building Standards Code. The CBSC action will be guided by the 9-point criteria, and for the commissioners, you have the 9-point criteria in front of you. The 9-point criteria established in the Health and Safety Code section 18.930. CBSC will consider each agency's proposed building standards and its justifications, code advisory committee recommendations, comments submitted during public comment periods, and oral or written comments received at this meeting. The public may comment on any code advisory committee recommendations or challenges to the proposals submitted during the comment period. And the most important part here for the commissioners and stakeholders and members of the public to understand, no new issues or new information challenging the proposed changes may be presented to the California Building Standards Commission in the adoption of the proposed regulations.
Thank you for that. We are now going to enter into agenda item number 7. Agenda item 7 is the Department of Water Resources proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Plumbing Code, Part 5, Title 24. Will the representative from the Department of Water Resources please introduce yourselves and come and make your presentation?
Hey.
You're online. Ms. King, hello.
Hello. Good day, honorable commissioners, building standards staff, and other viewers. My name is Nancy King, and today I am presenting for adoption on behalf of the Department of Water Resources amendments to the 2025 edition of the California Plumbing Code, Part 5, Title 24. Again, my name is Nancy King, and I am a civil engineer employed with the Department of Water Resources since the year 2000. I currently work in the Water Shortage Contingency Planning section at DWR, and formerly I worked in the Recycling and Desalination section. As part of my job duties there, I worked with the Recycled Water Task Force in 2002 and 2003. This task force called for California plumbing standards to be for where both recycled water and potable water are used in buildings and on premises to be adopted by a state agency. Present with me today, and if he wants to add information, is Richard Mills. Retired from DWR, he is now a true volunteer. Mr. Mills was the former chief of the Water Recycling and Desalination section for over 9 years. Prior to work at DWR, Mr. Mills worked at the State Water Resources Control Board for over 36 years, mostly focused on recycled water issues in funding, policy, and regulatory venues. So that is my introduction. And Rich, did you want to add anything? You had a question?
Oh, yeah, I wanted to clarify whether DWR is in fact an adopting agency as opposed to a proposing agency. It was my understanding DWR was an adopting agency, just to get clarification on that.
I can answer that, Madam Chair. DWR does have authority to adopt building standards in Title 24. And I'm sorry, this is Kevin Day, Deputy Executive Director. And we have worked with DWR in the past. the California Water Commission is the adopting board for the Department of Water Resources. But to my knowledge, since the Recycle Water Task Force, they have not exercised that authority, and the Building Standards Commission instead acts as the adopting authority, and DWR acts as the proposing agency. In this way, DWR participates in the Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, and Energy Code Advisory Committee process. The Building Standards Commission runs the 45 and additional 15-day comment periods on behalf of DWR. So for all intents and purposes, DWR is a proposing agency in this respect. So for the benefit of the commissioners, the process that Executive Director Stoyan Bumbalov laid out would apply to this DWR rulemaking. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. I'll return back to Nancy.
Thank you for that clarification from both of you. So it's been a minute since DWR has participated. We skipped the last intervening cycle. So the last time we adopted standards was in the 2022 triennial code adoption cycle. Today, as I go through the different amendments, I am going to be referring to items as they are numbered in the Commission Action Matrix. The first item or amendment or sections of amendments that I am bringing up are items 1, 2, 3, 6, and 7. Those are the numbers as they are present in the matrix, and they consist of carrying forward existing amendments from the 2022 California Plumbing Code into the 2025 California Plumbing Code. The next area I'm going to address is item 4. This item has 6 sections. In addition to item 4, we have additional sections 5-4, 5-6, and 5-7. These, as they appear in the matrix, they consist of minor edits to properly conform cross-reference sections that had been renumbered in the 2024 UPC model code. The model code changed some of the numbering, so we had to also change our numbers and any reference sections that we had. The next item I'm going to mention is items 5-1, 5-2, 5-2, and 5-5. So again, 5-1, 5-2, and 5-5 as present in the matrix. They most importantly consist of adding a reference to the new State Water Resources Control Board Cross-Connection Control Policy Handbook, which replaces their Title 17. Previously, we had references to the State Water Board Authority in general, but now we are referencing specifically that handbook. Going through each one individually, item 5-1 also includes edits to properly conform the cross-reference sections that have been renumbered in the 2024 UPC, similar to the previous one. Item 5-2 includes edits to properly conform the cross-reference sections that had been renumbered in the UPC model code. And it also revises language in exception 4 to address the use of a swivel L as stipulated in the new Cross-Connection Control Policy Handbook. Item 5-1 also includes edits to properly conform the cross-reference sections that have been renumbered in the 2024 UPC model code. I think I repeated that. I apologize. Item 5-5 includes edits to renumber the section, to properly renumber the cross-reference sections that had been renumbered in the UPC model code, and to specifically reference the new State Water Resources Control Board's Cross-Connection Control Policy Handbook. So that takes care of the handbook additions. And then the reason for the need to renumber One of the reasons is that the UPC added a new section. That new section, DWR has numbered item 5-3 in the matrix. And DWR proposes to adopt without amendment. In the plumbing code, it's numbered 1505.5, or it's actually section 1505.5 in the UPC, I believe also in DWR's numbering, which specifies adequate water pressure in the recycled water system at the highest and most remote outlet from the meter to allow proper operation of the fixtures. This adoption or this requirement is in line, which is what is already required for potable water pressure. It's requiring extra the proper pressure in order for the fixtures to operate. This concludes DWR's proposals, and we would greatly appreciate approval today by the Commission of our final express terms. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item number 7 is open for commission discussion. Commissioners? If there is no comment from the commissioners, we will now take comments from members of the public on item number 7. If there are individuals in the queue online who wish to speak on item number 7, please put yourself in the queue now by raising your hand in the Zoom feature. Do we have any comments from the public? Seeing none, do we have anyone online?
There are no hands raised, and we currently have no phone participants.
Okay. So I'd like to ask if staff received any written comments on this item?
No written comments, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Well, that concludes the public comment.
Sorry, I had
Oh, yes, please.
Very minor editorial comment on item 5-4, section 1505.10 regarding hose bibs. In the second sentence, I think it should be only quick couplers that differ, not differs from those installed. Very minor editorial comment. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item number 7 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Department of Water Resources proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Plumbing Code, Part 5, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Patel, I'll move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Stockwell seconds.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right. Hearing none, we will now have a roll call. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, please saying no. And abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan, Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell, Commissioner Klaus Buckner.
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. Next, we're moving on to agenda item number 8. Agenda item 8 is the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development. Proposed adoptions of amendments to the 2025 California Electrical Code, Part 3, Title 24. Will the representative from the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 8?
Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Schnick. I work at OSHPOD. I'm a senior electrical engineer in the Building Standards Unit. OSHPOD is an office within the Department of Healthcare Access and Information. OSHPOD proposes to adopt and amend the 2023 National Electric Code for the 2025 edition of the California Electrical Code, Part 3 of Title 24. The proposed amendments were presented at the Hospital Building Safety Board Codes and Process Committee meetings back in May and 2 in August. We had a number of meetings with the State Fire Marshal to collaborate and coordinate the proposed code changes that affected both of our agencies. And the code package was heard by the California Building Safety Code, Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, and Energy Advisory Committee on March 25th and 26th. As noted on the Commission Action Matrix, the Code Advisory Committee recommended approval on 46 items and further study on 4. OSHPD accepted all of the approved items and concurred with 3 of the 4 recommendations for further study. We did take exception to one of the recommendations and therefore did not make the changes. No public comments were received during the 45 public comment period. And so I can go through a high-level proposal of the proposed changes if you'd like now. All right. So just as a point of reference, the NEC is going through a number of revisions, style changes. And one of those was to take all of the definitions that were spread out through the various chapters and put them all into chapter 1. So there was a lot of clerical work for us without any technical changes. So as we said, the proposed recommendation is to repeal the 2020 NEC and adopt the majority of the 2023. In general, we had the following non-technical changes to address the new formatting in the NEC. Number 1, existing OSHPD amendments that add definitions were retracted and then relocated from out of 517 and moved to Article 100. We had OSHPD amendments to definitions that, since the definitions moved, we had to retract them from 517 and move them to be with the terms that were defined. And we're removing several OSHPD amendments no longer necessary as a result of this same content that was added to the NEC. So last time in the intervening code, we pulled forward demand factors for healthcare receptacles. We pulled forward language on microgrids, and now that's showing up in the NEC. So we've dropped those amendments. We're proposing to make the following clerical changes. Coincident with our name change, we've changed from the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development to the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development. That occurred a number of times in Article 89. We're renumbering 2 code sections in Article 517 to address conflict with changes to the NEC that then use the same code numbers that we had. So we renumbered those. We rearranged some of the sections to coincide with parts in 517. And we are relocating the on-site fuel storage requirements from Article 700 to Article 517. Article 700 is generic for emergency, and 517 is specific to healthcare. And so we moved that into the 517 article. The majority of technical amendments are found in 517 and include we added surgical clinics only to OSHPD 3 banner in a number of locations. That surgical 3 clinics differentiates between clinics that don't have surgery and clinics that do. And because of the higher acuity of the patients, we've clarified that because there was challenges of those requirements being misapplied for basic clinics when they were intended for surgery clinics. We added the OSHPD 6 facility type to coincide with new facility designation made in Part 1, OSHPD 3 for chemical dependency recovery hospital buildings. We talked about we deleted items related to healthcare microgrids as they were added, that we added during the intervening code cycle, as they're now in the model code. Modified some of the language related to microgrids that are used as essential electrical system sources for healthcare facilities. And we see this showing up in sections 517.4, 517.30, and 31. I actually sit in on I'm a member of the Code Making Panel 15, which modifies the National Electric Code. So some of these changes are proposed, and it's basically, as it's new information in the code, I'm just refining the requirements. The microgrids themselves are an optional source to be emergency power for our hospitals. Some of those things we added clarifications for sizing to make sure that they're adequately sized. We added commissioning requirements that are found in NFPA 99. We added them in 517 to make sure that that was clear. And we added temporary source of power for maintenance, which again exists in Article 700. We brought it specifically to 517 so we could reword it to be appropriate for microgrids. This concludes my overview of OSHPA's Part 3 code package. Happy to answer any questions and respectfully request your approval of the code adoption and amendments.
Thank you. Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 8 is now open for commission discussion. Commissioners, any thoughts? No comments? Okay. Now take comments from the public on item number 8. At this time, reminding folks that are on the line, if you would like to speak on item 8, put yourself in the queue right now by raising your hand feature in Zoom. Are there any public comments? I see none. Are there any in the queue?
There's no hands raised and there's no phone participants.
Okay. Let's see. I believe that concludes then this public comment period. But are there any, before I do that, are there any written comments on this item from staff?
No comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, then that concludes the public comment portion. I turn this item number 8 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Electrical Code, Part 3, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Klaus Berkner, move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Haskin moved a second.
Okay, it's moved. And is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will have a roll call. Commissioners in favor, please indicate aye. Those opposed, please indicate by saying no. And if abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please roll call.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. Next we have, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next we have agenda item number 9. Agenda item number 9 is the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Mechanical Code, Part 4, Title 24. And I see the representative from the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development is here. Please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 9.
Good afternoon. I'm Larry Enright. I'm a senior mechanical engineer with OSHPAD and the Building Standards Unit. OSHPAD proposes to adopt and amend the 2024 Uniform Mechanical Code for the 2025 edition of the California Mechanical Code, Part 4 of Title 24. The proposed amendments were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board Codes and Processes Committee meetings, and they were voted on by the HBSB committee members. We also had meetings with the Office of State Fire Marshal to collaborate and coordinate the proposed code changes that affected both of our agencies. The code package was heard by the CBSC Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, and Energy Code Advisory Committee on March 25th to 26th. As noted on the Commission Action Matrix, the CAC recommended approve on most items and further study on a couple items. OSHPD concurred with their suggestion and made minor modifications. We did receive public comments for CAM items 516, 517, and 518 during the 45-day comment period by one commenter. HCI proposed revisions were sent out for a 15-day comment period, and additional comments from 4 commenters was received. HCI is not proposing additional changes to these sections at this time and is moving forward with the language from the 15-day comment period. I also have a high-level overview if you're ready for that portion. Okay. So the proposed recommendation is to repeal the 2021 UMC and adopt the majority of the 2024 UMC. In general, we had the following changes to the Uniform Mechanical Code. So first was clerical changes were made to coincide with our name change, and we added Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development in Chapter 1 Administration. Also in Chapter 1, we added OSHPD 6 facility type to coincide with the new facility designation made in Part 1, OSHPD 6 for chemical dependency recovery hospital buildings. In the 2024 model code, the adoption of ASHRAE 170 changed from the 2013 edition to the 2021 edition, skipping over the 2017. And so the existing OSHPD amendments were aligned with the newer provisions found in the 2021 edition of ASHRAE 170. OSHPD amendments in Chapter 4 where most of the changes were made. So they were reorganized and updated to coordinate with the adoption of ASHRAE 170 and Table 4A. Some paragraphs were split up into smaller sections, and similar requirements were relocated to be together to read a little bit better and easier. CMC Table 4A ventilation table was completely revised by incorporating the existing OSHPD amendments into the 2021 edition from ASHRAE 170 from their Table 7.1. We're also proposing to include cooling in the essential power provisions in CMC 321 for minimum cooling, revise language in Section 402 to clarify how the ASHRAE 170 and 62.1 ventilation requirements are used in healthcare facilities. We brought in additional exhaust requirements from national standard related to hazardous exhaust, coordinated the reduced filtration requirements for recirculating units, revision to CMC 407.5 related to variable air volume for return air balance, and we are coordinating the HEPA filter location in accordance with ASHRAE 170 2021 edition. So that concludes my overview of OSHPD's Part 4 code package, and we're happy to answer any questions and respectfully request your approval of the code adoption and amendments. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item number 9 is open for commission discussion.
This is Commissioner Rambin. I had a question about clarity on the Section 407.5 on variable air volume. The subsections all talk about non-sensitive areas. And one of the subsections then talks about sensitive areas, which seems confusing. But it seems like that sensitive area, that's 407.5.1.4, maybe should be its own outside of that numbered list because it's dealing with a different subject. Just a suggestion for clarity's sake.
Okay, yeah, we deal with, I guess in the charging statement with in areas other than sensitive areas. So it's trying to bring in the requirements for both in that same section.
Well, that's what I think is confusing is it says for non-sensitive areas, the following criteria can be considered. It has the list, but within that list, 0.4 is sensitive areas. So it just seems confusing. That should be a separate subsection for the sensitive areas. For clarity's sake.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Haskin. Actually, I was going to bring that up, so you beat me to it. Actually, I had two other comments on that particular item. There was a comment from I don't remember the gentleman's name, English from Kaiser. I was wondering if that had been, if there was any response to his comments on return air return air damper variable volume control. And in addition to that, my one comment was also on 407514 about sensitive areas. More of a general suggestion. The section that defines what a sensitive area is not in the defined terms. It's in section 322.0. It seems like, and I know that's unrelated to this particular specifically, except that bringing in this calling out sensitive areas, non-sensitive areas, it would make it more clarification, would make it more clear if that definition was moved to the definitions section, rather than having that be in section 322. But I'll let you respond on if there's been any response to Mr. English's comments.
Yeah, HK held a meeting with Mr. English, and there was a couple other commenters on the line. We had a try to discuss the issues. This was after the 15-day comment period when the comments were received. So discussions were made, and we looked at the issues. One of the comments is related to national standard. HK, instead of just looking at the one ventilation standard, we'll look at building code, mechanical code, national standard, fire code. So looking at all those together, some of the quarter requirements on the building code, other balance requirements in the mechanical code. We felt that all those put together, this helps with clarifying language to get a balanced system. And then I guess in reference to the sensitive, essentially this is for the duct system that serves both. You have sensitive rooms and non-sensitive rooms on the duct system. So allowing the non-sensitive areas will affect the sensitive areas. So that's why the requirements were placed together, because allowing the variable air volume for the non-sensitive areas will affect the controls for those sensitive rooms. And that's where those come into play.
I'm responding back on your comment, not on mine, but I agree that it does add it creates confusion. When the last sentence before those subsections were listed, the last sentence is for non-sensitive areas, variable air volume systems meeting the following criteria can be considered, and then it gives a list of criteria, one of which is for sensitive areas, and that creates an area of interpretation and confusion. I don't know how we propose to move forward on that. If that's a revision we revisit in the next cycle, I don't know. How do we normally proceed in these cases? Kevin, maybe you'll speak in.
Yeah, looks like Mia Marvelli's coming up as well, but it is something like other comments have been responded to that OSHPOD HK might look into in a future cycle if it's not, too problematic. But Larry, Mia, did you want to respond to that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we did noodle this quite a bit internally too. So I think what we can do, we obviously can't make a code change right now, but what we can do is we have a process that's a code application notice. It's like an information bulletin that the building standards issues, and we can provide clarification on that. And I do know that we're in continued discussions with the Energy Commission on a couple of these sections, as well. So we'll probably look at this in the intervening code cycle. Yep, because there were additional things that the public commenters said that we just couldn't address at that time. So those are some things we'll look into as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion by commissioners on this item? We'll now take comments from members of the public on agenda item number 9. Reminding folks online at this time, if you would like to speak on item number 9, put yourself in the queue now by raising your hand feature in Zoom. Are there any comments from the public? I do see one person with their hand raised.
She was just referring to Commissioner Allegre had her hand up.
Yeah, Commissioner Allegre has her hand up in the one.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. There you are, Commissioner Allegra.
Here I am. Just a quick
Yeah.
editorial change on page 1 of 30 for the final express terms. It's in item number 1. It still reads as the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development. I'm sure you intended to replace health with hospital. And that was it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Are there any public members in the queue?
There are no hands raised and currently no phone participants.
Thank you. Staff, were there any written comments submitted to the commission on this item?
No comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, that concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item number 9 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development proposed adoptions of amendments to the 2025 California Mechanical Code, Part 4, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Rammond, move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Patel, second.
It's
just a
moved
quick,
and-
just a quick point of order. This is Viana Barbu, attorney for the Building Standards Commission. Is that motion made with the editorial correction raised by Commissioner Alegre or without?
Thank you. I will say I'm moving that we make that one editorial change that was suggested by Commissioner Alegre. This is Commissioner Rammond, move to approve with that editorial change.
Thank you.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
Yeah, Commissioner Patel, second.
Okay, thank you. It's moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call. Commissioners in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call.
Commissioner Santillan. Commissioner Ramirez.
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre.
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Next, we will move on to agenda item number 10. Agenda item 10 is the Office of Statewide Health Hospital Planning and Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Plumbing Code, Part 5, Title 24. And we have our representatives from the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development here. Please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 10.
Hi, thank you. Larry Enright, Senior Mechanical Engineer in the Building Standards Unit at OSHPD, also be presenting for Part 5. Yeah, is that there? OSHPD proposes to adopt and amend the 2024 Uniform Plumbing Code for the 2025 edition of the California Plumbing Code, Part 5 of Title 24. The proposed amendments were presented at the Hospital Building Safety Board, Codes and Process Committee, and voted on by the HPSB committee members. And then we also have meeting with the Office of Office of State Fire Marshal to collaborate and coordinate the proposed code changes that affected both of our agencies. The code package was heard by the CBSC Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, and Energy Code Advisory Committee on March 25th through 26th. As noted on the Commission Action Matrix, the CC recommended approve on the items. No public comments were received during the 45-day public comment period. And I also have a high-level summary to provide for this item. Thanks. So overall, there were some clerical changes with our name change and added Office Statewide Hospital Planning and Development. In addition, the OSHPD 6 facility type to coincide with the new facility designation made in Part 1 for OSHPD 6 chemical dependency recovery hospital buildings. There was a revision to hand washing fixture and scrub sink definitions to set minimum flow rate and control requirements. Provide an exception to match model code for occupant loads that permit one toilet room. We're providing the timing of disinfection of domestic hot water piping or domestic water piping to comply with national standard. We're providing revisions to hot water requirements to coordinate with national standards with respect to Legionella control. We're updating the adopted national standard for dialysis equipment installations. We're providing a clerical change to provide a dedicated section number for the emergency water storage requirements. And are providing new language to identify design requirements to maintain water quality for the emergency water storage. And so that concludes my overview of OSHPD's Part 5 code package, and I'm happy to answer any questions and respectfully request your approval of the code adoption and amendments. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item number 10 is open for commission discussion at this time. Okay, we will now take comments from members of the public on item number 10. And I'd like to remind if there's folks online, please raise your hand to be put in the queue on Zoom. Are there any public comments? Are there any from the
there are no hands raised and no phone participants at the moment.
Okay. Thank you. Staff, are there any written comments on this item?
No comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, this concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 10 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development proposed adoptions of amendments to the 2025 California Plumbing Code, Part 5, Title 24. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Commissioner Stockwell seconds.
It is moved and seconded. Therefore, are there any further discussions from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state that. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Commissioner Klaas Buckner.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre.
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
And Commissioner Santillan. Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you very much. Next, we will be moving on to agenda item number 11. Agenda item number 11 is the Office of the State Fire Marshal. Proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Electrical Code, Part 3, Title 24. We have a representative here from the Office of State Fire Marshal. Please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item number 11.
Well, good afternoon, commissioners, joining you virtually. So sorry to make you turn around if that's the closest video feed, but sorry I cannot join you. I'm Daniel Berlant, the California State Fire Marshal. You have there in the room Crystal Sujeski from our Codes and Analysis Division, who will present today on our proposed adoption for changes in the electrical, the mechanical, and the plumbing codes of Title 24. Our goal and mission, as always, is to ensure the safety of buildings and construction, utilizing the most modern building standards. The amendments that you have in front of you have been collaborated with our partners across our sister state agencies, but also with many of our important stakeholders in incorporating innovative technologies such as energy storage systems, the application of refrigerants, and all of which are important not only for reducing fires, but more importantly, meet some of the state's other energy reliability goals. So the team today is here to provide you an overview of those changes, and we respectfully request your approval of the State Fire Marshal's 2024 Triennial Code Cycle proposal. So, Crystal, I will turn it to you to go through the amendments.
Is that better? Okay. Okay, so starting over. Crystal Sujeski, CAL FIRE, Office of the State Fire Marshal, Chief of Code Development Analysis. Part 3 package was heard at the Code Advisory Committee hearing. We received recommendations at that committee advisory meeting to correlate with our sister agency, HCD, or Housing Community Development, on section 210.8. We put this proposal out for 45-day public comment period, May 17th through July 1st, and we did receive 2 public comments where we did respond to those in our final statement of reasons. But again, with the coordination with our sister agency, we did not make any changes at that time. The adoption of the model code references the latest edition. We are also carrying forward existing amendments in items 1, 3, 7, 8, and 9. We have items without amendments in items 2, 5, 6, 10, 11, and 12. And then we have adopted chapters without amendments that are new. One of them including Article 517 for cannabis oil equipment, cannabis oil systems using flammable materials. And we did coordinate with OSHPOD on several other items with the healthcare facilities and energy storage systems. We kindly ask your approval if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview. Item 11 now is open for commission discussion. Seeing none online or here. Oh, thank
Sorry,
you.
Commissioner Haskin. Again, just following up on a comment about GFCI circuits for appliances. Has that been addressed since the comment? I'm just curious if there's been any follow-up on that.
So we co-adopted that section with HCD, but no changes were made after the 45-day public comment period. So it's a co-adoption of how it was initially presented at the advisory committee meeting.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Sasaki. I have a general question about the electrical code. I'm a structural engineer. With more homeowners installing power wall systems, energy storage systems, and I understand that if those catch fire, they're very difficult to put those fires out. Are there requirements in the electrical code that I don't know, help I don't know, mitigate those fire risks?
So yes, the electrical code is really about the wiring and for energy storage systems, the use and how much. But the fire code goes into those fire protection features that you're looking for. And in January, you'll hear a proposal which will also introduce NFPA 855, which is the standard now that it's been created for energy storage systems. So that is referenced in the electrical code. So they all work together.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner, you had, you're good. All right. Any other commissioner comments? Right, thank you. We'll now take comments from members of the public. I do note that I have 2 individuals who submitted requests to speak. And then just as a reminder for folks who are online, if you would like to make a comment, please put yourself in the queue right now and by raising your hand in Zoom. Thank you. Please state your name.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Mike Stone, and I represent NEMA, the National Electrical Manufacturers Association. And I was also on the Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, Energy Code Advisory Committee. This was my 4th cycle, so I really appreciate being able to do that. NEMA is, we are opposed to this amendment, to the amendment to 210.8F, exception 2. What the proposed amendment is to remove, there's a sunset date in there of September 1st of 2026 when that exception will go away. And it was removed, State Fire Marshal and HCD both removed that sunset date. So that would in effect keep that exception in there for HVAC equipment in perpetuity, which that would definitely reduce life safety. And hold on a second, I have to put my glasses on to read my writing. Okay, here we go. Again, we're speaking against this amendment, and our ask is that there be an acceptable date be adopted that aligns with California's code cycle dates. So the one date would be January 1st of 2026, and that would match up with the effective dates of the California code, and that would move the requirement forward by 8 months. But the technical reasons why this exception was in there in the first place, they should be resolved by then. So that shouldn't be a problem. The other effective date that we would propose is July 1st of 2027, which would coincide with the intervening code cycle, and that would push the date out the other way by I believe 10 months. So really there would be a 10-month window where the life safety of the public would be in question. So those are the 2 dates that we're proposing, one of the 2. Also, another option would be to just simply eliminate exception number 2 altogether. And that's actually how the code is written right now. The 2022 CEC, which is based on the 2020 NEC, doesn't have exception number 2 at all. So another option would just be get rid of exception number 2, and then you won't have to worry about it. So those are some options there. And again, this is a life safety issue. The Consumer Product Safety Commission, the CBSC, they're the ones who track the data on electrocution deaths, and they've identified this data is a couple years old because it takes CPSC, they're a federal agency, it takes them a while to publish this stuff, but they've found that there's between 5 and 6 electrocution deaths per year, and most of those are for HVAC technicians that are working on this equipment. And for whatever reason, they they didn't shut the power off or whatever. But this is definitely a life safety issue, and just to be clear, it's not just an administrative date change. It really is a life safety issue. So we would, and also the final statement of reasons for State Fire Marshal and HCD both. The only item identified in there as a point of concern was the date, that it didn't match up with California's code cycle date. So if you change the date, that would fix that problem there. And again, we respectfully request that the commission adopt an alternate date or just get rid of the exception altogether. And that should assure the safety of the public. And by the way, we'll have these same comments on item 21 for HCD. So I don't want to go through the whole thing again unless something new comes up. But anyway, that's my request. Thank you.
Thank you. We also had another member of the public that's submitted? Public comment card. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the public or of the board and the chair. Thank you for allowing me to be here. Don Iverson with Schneider Electric, known as Square D. We're a manufacturer of GFCI products. And we're here really to speak in opposition for the removal of that sunset date like Mr. Stone did prior. We see and done a lot of research in the field with the compatibility issues originally, why this was put into the code, and we're seeing a huge collaboration with the HVAC manufacturers, with us and other of our competitors, and getting some resolve to what this was originally put in the NEC for. You know, we see that from our interaction in the field and watching some of our products, as you will, when people are electrocuted, it's a big deal to us. This is about safety. We have found in the Consumer Product Safety Commission on their website, I'm looking at a screen of at least 26 electrocutions on air conditioning units. That's significant. And most recently, 2 technicians, HVAC technicians that should be trained, right, and know how to work on these appliances in the field. One in Mount Flower, Texas, and let me think here, in July 1st of this year, a 55-year-old technician was killed due to electrocution while working on a residential air conditioner. And then there was one recently also of a 30-year-old technician in Arizona on August 4th was killed. Those are the most recent ones that I found. The news articles, I have them here if anyone would like me to share them with you, which is unfortunate. So state of California being so proactive in adopting the code for safety reasons. And that's why the Cal Fire is here, you know, supporting that safety. As a manufacturer, you know, we want to make sure anytime that any of our products are connected to something like a product like this, that they have the best technology and safety attached to it, so we can, you know, really mitigate the loss of life in these instances. So I really respectfully request the commission here to rethink that action of removal of the date and move forward, because currently, as we all know here, California's adopted the 2020 code. That adoption does not have this exception in the code. So it would be very easy for the state here to just remove that exception that's currently in the 23 code that's being slated to be adopted. And let's just move forward and keep as many people we can safe when we have these instances. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that comment. Are there any individuals online?
There are no hands raised and no phone participants.
Were there any written comments received by the commission?
None other than those that have spoken. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, I'll go ahead and then return this item. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll return item number 11 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the office.
Commissioner Haskin, before we
Yes.
move, I wanted to readdress that issue. Most of the changes here in our necessary adoption of the 2023 NEC. I just want to clarify then what we're talking, you know, the comments have been about whether or not GFCI protection should be required for listed HVAC equipment. And I'm not quite understanding how GFCI protection on HVAC equipment would create a life safety hazard. If there's someone who's commented who can give some clarification on that. I'm trying to wrap my head around how GFCI protection is creating a life safety issue.
In a way.
Well, but it's in there now, and what strikeout is saying that exception goes away, which then it would be required for listed equipment. Okay, So how is GFCI protection on that equipment going to create a life safety hazard?
I'm sorry, I'm doing this here, I'm sorry. So what's occurring here is when you remove the sunset date and the current, what we have slated for the rules, that will remove GFCI protection requirement on HVAC equipment all the way out to the next time you do your next trilinear. I'm butchering that, your process here, okay? You remove that all the way out to 2029 and remove that GFCI protection on the HVAC equipment then.
So I'm as I'm reading the section, the code section on outdoor outlets, specifically this is under boathouses. If the equipment is saying outlets shall be supplied with GFCI protection, but exception 2 says GFCI protection shall not be required for listed HVAC equipment, and that exception would expire. And if they remove that, then, so you're saying that then that exception stays in place and that it's not required for
that's correct
equipment in boathouses per this code section.
Correct. So you're removing that protection from the equipment.
Gotcha. I guess I was reading that wrong. Okay.
The NEC is kind of confusing, so don't feel bad. I've been doing it for 35 years, so I understand.
Well, this is Commissioner Sasaki. Can we get State Fire Marshal to respond to those two commenters, which is basically the same issue?
So basically, they are correct that we are a little bit behind in the NEC adoption, almost one cycle. It's about one cycle. And so this exception does go away. The intent was to keep that in there for that listed equipment as we partnered with our HCD with HCD on this for the life safety issue. And the expiration date did not correspond. It would basically end mid-year of the effective date. And so, you know, with those things in place, it was mostly like an administrative proposal to not have something just expire just when the code becomes effective. I hope that helps.
Crystal,
It does, except I guess, I mean, I guess, but it still doesn't. So I don't quite understand. All right, so here we have the new code go into effect January 1st of 2026. And if the sunset date is struck out like is proposed, then it's, I mean, then that exception not requiring GFCI continues until either there's a change in the intervening code cycle or the following code cycle. And I guess the question is that what we want? Question mark.
Thank you, Commissioner. You had a question.
Yeah, I think I kind of echo Kent's sentiment. I wasn't sure what the state fire marshal's intent was. I know you're trying to line yourself up with HCD, and I don't want you to speak for them necessarily, but
right.
I'm trying to figure out, do you want the GFCIs to be kept in, or you don't want the GFCIs? Yes.
Well, the way we were reading it is that the listed equipment would have the life safety protections embedded in it. To this exception shall expire September. So basically 9 months after the code becomes effective. So the removal of it would just have that continuity until we could have that stakeholder discussion, a deeper discussion with HCD, and look at the publication of the next NEC. So we have an intervening code cycle, and that's really what the goal was, not to have that interruption 9 months after effective date.
Sounds to me like, all right, sounds to me like you haven't discussed it yet to come up with a determination on whether or not you or HCD or both of you want to retain GFCIs or eliminate the requirement, the exception.
We haven't had that opportunity, but as was discussed at the advisory committee meeting, was to have that joint adoption for both agencies for the continuity of the systems and the life safety. So, you know, we were really trying to get to the listed equipment and then further study it in the intervening.
So
that was the intent.
Would it better serve your purpose to then extend the date to the intervening cycle so that you're covering yourself that full period of time?
Yeah, that was again, we didn't have the opportunity to vet that properly through HCD and our stakeholders. So you know, I guess I'll turn it to Chief Berlant. I know you're kind of getting more up to speed on this, but we could go into a direction of withdrawing the item for further study, or we could look at changing the date. And do the commissioners have a date in mind?
Yeah, I'm not sure if changing the date doesn't make it a substantive change, you know, my suggestion would be to either line it up, kind of like Mike said, either with the front end or the back end. If you want to, I would say then move the date to the end of the intervening or the end of the intervening cycle before the new code cycle, so that gives you time to study it, and then you guys can come back with whatever your recommendation is.
Yeah, Commissioner Patel, I think that makes a lot of sense. Again, as Crystal is articulating, you know, I think there's a lot to this as well, and trying to line it up with our partners over at HCD. But you know, we of course will look to the commission for some better direction so we can kind of fine tune that.
Commissioners, is there any further discussion on this item?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Haskin. My interpretation would be that making a change to that date would be substantive. So I don't believe that the commission has the power to do that. But would it be, I guess the only question is whether or not it would be possible to separate that item number from the rest, to be able to vote the rest, to accept the rest of the changes without impact on that.
And I guess before I go into a recommended withdrawal, I'll have to look to Chief Berlant for that recommendation. And in that instance, we would not be in alignment with HCD. So you're still going to hear it later. It just wouldn't be a co-adoption at that point.
And the challenge would be if you withdraw it, then the exception date stays in September 1st.
Right, it just goes
so
away.
it still ends up sort of mid-cycle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you wouldn't have to take any action. And so Chief Berlant, do you have any comment?
I don't. We'll look to the commission to provide us some direction.
Well, I think Viana, can you chime in on this? Let's say we said, okay, let's change the date. If let's say we're proposing to change the date to the end of the next intervening cycle, is that a substantive change? Sounds like it would be, but what's your view?
Yeah, so I usually would like the proposing agency's legal to opine on whether it's a material change, but in this case, I would say that the public has seen this particular date and you know, this particular proposal and has vetted it in this state. So changing it in any direction or removing it altogether would be a pretty material change in the sense that the public has seen it and opined on what is presented today. Changing it sounds like it does make interpretive changes to the code, and therefore the public would have to have an opportunity to opine on that new proposal. And therefore, this would be a material change that the commission could not make on the fly here today. The other options would be for the fire marshal to withdraw this particular item amongst the bigger package, or to leave it as is and make the fix in the next cycle, in the next or in at the next earliest opportunity.
Just to clarify, this is Commissioner Rambin, so we cannot pull out this one item for further study and approve the rest of the package. Is that correct?
No, you can split up the individual items within the package. Yeah, you can withdraw it or further study it or whatever other decision is appropriate.
Thank you.
And commissioners, again, State Fire Marshal Daniel Berlant, I think that would be our recommendation is, based on this, if you don't feel comfortable with, again, our alignment of the date with the other package, we would ask respectfully that you still approve the rest of the proposals, but not this single item if that is your course of action you'd like to take.
So I think what we're saying is we're withdrawing item 4.0.
Well, there's choices here, right? So further study is different than not approving this particular item. And I guess given this late date, I mean, does further study even make any sense? That's a question to staff.
This is Kevin, Deputy Executive Director. Typically, a further study at this juncture would mean further study for the next cycle. So it would, I think, in a sense, have the same effect as if the State Fire Marshal withdrew this item, in a separate motion, or just recommended a withdrawal, and then the motion would be approve everything else. The only thing I'd like to add is, as Crystal pointed out, the Department of Housing and Community Development is co-adopting this. So I wonder if it would behoove us to check in with HCD if there's a representative on the line to see if they could weigh in on this, since they'll be, presenting this item later. There's a trickiness to HCD and SFM co-adoptions. HCD has authority for residential occupancies and those amendments, and then the State Fire Marshal does as well for fire and life safety. So just want to make sure we cover all our bases. So not sure if HCD is on the line at the moment, but just want to check on that.
And another option would also be to suspend this item temporarily and come back to it later this afternoon or tomorrow, like basically take it out of order, so that the agencies have a time to confer about the options.
That might be better.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's suspend it. What do we need to say in order to do that?
I would suggest making a motion that just says, let's, suspend this item temporarily and bring it back. I don't know if you want to make a decision about tomorrow morning or at the end of the agenda, after item 24 or
before the end
whatever.
of the 3-day meeting.
Yeah. It would be nice
leave it open.
Yeah, to give the public an opportunity to know when this will be heard in case there's more comment. So making a decision about tomorrow morning or at the very end would be good for the public to know.
Yes, please, Commissioner.
For the State Fire Marshal's office, part of the reason.
I have a question for the State Fire Marshal's office. Part of the reason for this issue that has not been addressed is partly because of OSHPD and also partly because this was not brought before you guys earlier. Is that what I'm seeing?
No,
the proposal was added after it was heard at the code action hearing.
it was a suggestion at the code advisory committee hearing that because it was identified as a life safety issue, that State Fire Marshal shall co-adopt with HCD. So we took that recommendation, we added it to the package based on the recommendation of the committee. at that juncture. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add to what Crystal said, HCD had introduced it in their rulemaking. So they brought it to the Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, Energy Code Advisory Committee. During that discussion, State Fire Marshal realized it was a life safety issue, and the recommendation out of that committee meeting was to co-adopt. Yeah.
So just looking at the agenda, yeah, 21, right? Starting on item number 21 is when we're going to start to hear from HCD. So perhaps that would be the appropriate place to reconvene on this issue. So we would like to turn this item back over to the commission and entertain a motion to suspend this particular item number 11 and I'm sorry, where are we? Oh, I'm sorry. For which one is it?
So item 11, we're now on agenda item 11, but item 40 is the one.
Yes, so item 4-0 to suspend that. And then take a look at it when we visit agenda item number 21.
So this is Commissioner Haskin. I move that we separate agenda item 11, sub item 4-0, and revisit that when we just before agenda item 21.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second that. Commissioner Haskin, and you mean to also approve the remaining items other than the one we're suspending?
Yes, thank you for the clarification. Yeah, and I move that we approve the other remaining items.
I second that.
Just one moment, a point of order. I would suggest separating those two motions in case the votes are different for approval versus moving the item to a different location. So let's just take two different motions. Let's consider Commissioner Haskin's first motion as just the simple one motion.
And I'll go back and I'll second his first motion.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, do we have to vote on it? I presume we vote on that now and then make a second motion, or we make the second motion now?
No, I would suggest taking a vote separately because the votes could come out differently.
Alrighty. All right, so we have the second on singling out item number 4-4 and looking at it with agenda item 21. Okay, any other further discussions from the commissioners on that?
Just to clarify, the item it's 4-0.
It's not 4-0. Well, 4-0.
4-0.
Okay, so hearing none, we will have a roll call on that particular item. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed indicate by saying no. If abstaining, please state that. Ms. Maeda, please conduct the roll call.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan, Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Claus Buckner.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That vote is unanimous. The motion is carried. All right, the legal team there needs to help me a little bit here. Going back then, so we're gonna go ahead and make a motion then to consider the Office of State Fire Marshal proposed adoptions of the amendments to the 2025 California Electrical Code Part 3 Title 24 with the exception of what was recently passed?
With the exception of that item 4-0 that is suspended to be heard later.
4-0.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have a motion for that?
Commissioner
Santillana, make a motion that we approve.
Commissioner
Second.
Sasaki seconds.
Thank you. Okay. So that's moved and seconded. Any further discussion of the commissioners regarding that motion? Okay, hearing none, we will now have a roll call. Commissioners in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state that. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner, oh, sorry. Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
and Commissioner Klaus Buckner.
Aye.
Thank you.
Vote is unanimous and that motion is carried. Thank you. We are now going to move on to agenda item number 12, Office of the State Fire Marshal.
Thank you. Crystal Sujeski, CAL FIRE Office
If I
of
could
State.
if I can just kind of give
Oh,
a summary of what we're going
okay.
to be doing.
Yeah.
Agenda
Sorry about
item
that.
12 is the Office of the State Fire Marshal proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Mechanical Code Part 4, Title 24. And we have a representative here to discuss the proposal.
Thank you, Commissioners. Crystal Sujeski, CAL FIRE Office of the State Fire Marshal, Chief of Code Development Analysis. You have before you the proposal to adopt the model code, Uniform Mechanical Code for Part 4 as the 25 California Mechanical Code. This was heard at the advisory meeting earlier this year with a public comment period of the same date as stated before, May 17th through July 1st. We received no public comments during that time. Brief overview is to carry forward existing amendments. Repeal and replace our amendments for refrigerants in the definitions and chapter 11. We're going to carry forward amendments in items 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 13, and 14. Correct pointers from NFPA 70 to California Electrical Code. Adopt without amendment items 7, 8, 9, 10, 16, 17, and 20. We are proposing not to adopt items 15 and 19. And then to adopt a new chapter, item 17, the geothermal energy systems and ambient temperature. We did some updates to the latest standards to correlate with other parts of Title 24. And we kindly ask for your approval of our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item number 12 is open for commission discussion. None? All right, I don't see any hands up. We will now take comments from members of the public on item number 12. A reminder, if you are online, if you wish to speak on item number 12, put yourself in the queue by using the raised hand feature in Zoom. Is there any public comments from the audience? Are there any comments from members of the public on Zoom?
There are no hands raised and no phone participants.
Okay. Commission staff, were there any written comments submitted?
No comments, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item number 12 back over to the commission. Entertain any motions to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal proposed adoptions of amendments to the 2025 California Mechanical Code Part 4, Title 24. Is there a motion?
Commissioner Patel, move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Stockwell seconds.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. And is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Okay, Hearing none, we will now have a roll call. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state that. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Claus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. The next agenda item is item number 13. Office of the State Fire Marshal, proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Plumbing Code, Part 5, Title 24. Our representative from the Office of the State Fire Marshal. If you could please introduce yourself and make your proposal.
Thank you. Crystal Sujeski, CAL FIRE Office State Fire Marshal, Chief of Code Development and Analysis. The proposal before you is to adopt the model code, the Uniform Plumbing Code, as would be the model code for 2025 California Plumbing Code, Part 5. We're going to carry forward existing amendments in items 3, 5, 6, 12, correct pointers from NFPA 70 to California Electrical Code, adopt without amendments items 2, 13, and 14, and not adopt items 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, and 16. We updated reference standards to the latest edition to correlate with other parts of Title 24. We also did work with OSHPD in their proposals, and we kindly ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item 13 is open for commission discussion. Okay, we'll now take comments from members of the public on item number 13. As a reminder, those are online. Please put yourself in the queue if you would like to comment on this item. Are there any folks here? I see no one in the audience. Is there anyone online who would like to comment?
There are no hands raised and still no phone participants.
Okay. Thank you very much. Staff, were there any written comments?
No written comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 13 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Office of the State Fire Marshal proposed adoptions of amendments to the 2025 California Plumbing Code, Part 5, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Rambin moved to approve.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Alegre seconds.
Thank you. Okay. It is moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? None. We will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. If abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Santillan. Aye. Commissioner Ramirez.
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre.
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Commissioner Claus Buckner.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Agenda item number 14 is the California Building Standards Commission proposed adoptions of amendments.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Agenda item number 14 is the California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Electrical Code, Part 3, Title 24. And we have a representative from the California Building Standards Commission. Please introduce yourself and provide an overview of the item.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Tom Martin. I'm an Associate Construction Analyst with the Building Standards Commission, and I will be presenting BSC's Part 3 California Electrical Code. This package was heard by the PME Code Advisory Committee on March 25th and 26th, and all items were approved. I believe it's a simple package with minimal amendment. The new amendments are editorial and limited to Article 89 to align with all other parts of Title 24, Chapter 1, Division 1, California Administration. In addition, the existing amendments are being brought forward from the 22 CEC to the 2025 CEC. And we ask the Commission for approval of this package. I'm happy to answer any questions and proceed at however the chair desires.
I didn't put my mic on. Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item 14 is open for commission discussion. Okay. We will now take comments from members of the public on item number 14. If you are online, please raise your hand if you would like to be placed in the queue for comment. Do we have any public comment here? I see none. Do we have anyone online?
No hands raised and no phone participants at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any written comments?
No written comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, that concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 14 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Electrical Code Part 3, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner, move to approve.
Commissioner Sasaki, seconds.
It's moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Okay. Hearing none, we will now have a roll call. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state that. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is agenda item number 15. The California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Mechanical Code, Part 4, Title 24. And we have a representative here from the California Building Standards Commission. Please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item number 15.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Beth Maynard, and I am an Associate Construction Analyst with the Building Standards Commission. I'm here to present Agenda Item 15, California Building Standards Commission Rulemaking Number BSC 0124, which contains 11 items of BSC's proposed adoption and amendments of the 2024 Uniform Mechanical Code into the 2025 California Mechanical Code. Item 1.1, amending Chapter 1 to update the section to the current 2024 Uniform Mechanical Code. In item 4, we are renumbering a couple of California amendments due to the model code restructuring. The balance of the chapter are adopt and or carry forward existing amendments. These BSC's proposal was heard by the Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, and Energy Code Advisory Committee in March of 2024, which BSC received approve on all proposed items. BSC accepted all of the CAC's recommendations. BSC received 3 public comments during the public comment period, which ran from May 17th, 2024 through July 1st, 2024. These comments were not related to any of BSC's proposed amendments at that time, so BSC made no changes. This concludes my overview, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item 15 is open for commission discussion. Seeing none, we will now take comments from members of the public on item 15. If you are online, please raise your hand to be considered for comments. Do we have any public comments here? Seeing none. Do we have anyone online?
No hands raised and no phone participants.
Thank you. Staff, were there any written comments on this item?
No comments in writing, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. We will turn item 15 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Mechanical Code Part 4, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Klaus Bruckner, move to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Stockwell seconds.
It's moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Opposed by stating no. And if abstaining, please state that. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan, Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell, Commissioner Klaus Buckner.
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. Next, we were moving on to agenda item number 16. The California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Plumbing Code, Part 5, Title 24. We have a representative here from the California Building Standards Commission. If you would like to reintroduce yourself and give us an overview of item 16.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Beth Maynard, and I am an Associate Construction Analyst with the Building Standards Commission. I am here to present Agenda Item 16, the California Building Standards Commission Rulemaking Number BSC 0224, which contains BSC's proposed adoption and amendments of the 2024 Uniform Plumbing Code into the 2025 California Plumbing Code. The majority of BSC amendments are editorial and non-substantive. BSC, HCD, and DSA have various items and amendments in chapters 4, 6, 15, and 16, including co-adopted language in some parts. These three agencies have coordinated appropriate editorial amendments to these sections. BSC's proposal was heard by the Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, and Energy Code Advisory Committee in March of 2024, which BSC received approve on all proposed items. BSC accepted all of CAC's recommendations. BSC received one public comment during the public comment period, which ran from May 17, 2024 through July 1st of 2024. The commenter suggested to add a new section to Chapter 9 for roof vents termination where solar panels or other rooftop equipment are present. This comment was not related to any regulations proposed for change at this time. BSC made no amendments. And I can go into a further review of item by item, or I can conclude that as the overview, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item number 16 is open for commission discussion at this time.
Commissioner Haskin. Two items actually. One is mostly just a side note. In the eyesore, there was more than one time, I saw reference CEC, and it's confusing when they're, in reference point. It's just a side note. It would be better to spell that out so that people who are unfamiliar are going to understand the difference between the California Electrical Code and the California Energy Commission. So, so that's just a side note to avoid using CEC.
Thank you.
Also, I did notice there's a misspelling under item 4-10. The word building in the last line is spelled really. I think that's supposed to be building. It's just misspelled, but
I'm embarrassed, but thank you.
It'd be worth correcting that before it goes to final code.
Thank you. I will
That's all
take
I've
care
got.
of that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other discussions on this item? Now take comments from members of the public on item number 16. If you are online and you wish to comment, please raise your hand in the Zoom feature. Are there any public comments here? I see none. Are there any online?
There are no hands raised and no phone participants.
Thank you. Staff, were there any written comments submitted to the commission on this item?
No additional comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 16 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Plumbing Code, Part 5, Title 24. Is there a motion?
Commissioner Haskin, I move to approve as amended with that spelling amendment. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there a second?
Commissioner Rampton, second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. And with that one addition there that was noted, is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Okay, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed by stating no. If abstaining, please state that. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaas-Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. Next on the agenda is item number 17, the Division of the State Architect, Structural Safety. Proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Electrical Code, Part 3, Title 24. Will the representatives from the Division of the State Structural Safety, there you are. Please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 17.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chairperson. My name is Eric Drever. I'm the Principal Architect of the Division of the State Architect Sustainability Unit here on behalf of the Structural Safety Division. I'm joined here today with Paul Johnson and also online is Ida Claire. I believe she may be in a meeting now, but we're prepared to present the proposed amendments to parts 3, 4, and 5. I know those are the next 3 items on the agenda. Paul Johnson will make the overview for you, but all 3 parts were presented at the PME CAC meetings and the Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, and Energy Code Advisory Committee meetings, where we received recommendation for approval on all parts. We did receive 1 public comment during the 45-day public comment period related to Part 3, which we would be happy to discuss, but are not proposing any changes to our proposal based upon that comment. So without any further ado, I'll let Paul make the overview of Part 3.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Johnson, Senior Electrical Engineer with the state architect. For part 3, item 1, we are proposing editorial changes to the code, adopting the model code into the California code and proposing editorial changes. Items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. We are proposing to adopt the model code without amendment. Item 12, we are not proposing to adopt appendices or annexes A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, and K.
Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item number 17 is open for commission discussion. Okay.
Commissioner Haskin again. GFCIs came up again. I'm just curious if you'd like to comment on that at all. I know this was in, if I remember correctly, this was specifically in regards to GFCI protection of specific appliances that cause the appliances nuisance tripping. If you have any comment on that, would be appreciated.
So we had discussion on whether to do the same thing that HCD and State Fire Marshal proposed, because we do see nuisance tripping. So DSA is over public schools, and so we do see nuisance tripping in those. But we felt at this time it wasn't necessary to follow with what they did, and so we just followed the model code.
Any other commissioner comments on this item? Now take comments from members of the public on item number 17. If you are online, please raise your hand in the Zoom feature if you would like to submit public comment. Is there any public comment here in the room? Okay, seeing none, is there any online?
Yes, we have Bryce.
Hello there, audio check quickly here.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So my name is Bryce Nesbitt. I'm an electrical engineer and have worked with electrification projects. And the GFCI compatibility with the various new electrification projects is becoming an increasing barrier to electrification. Many of these devices are using a newer type of motor or control circuit that converts AC to DC, such as a direct current range hood, or all of the compressors and all of our EV cars have these sort of AC to DC converters, which can create harmless transient currents that trip GFCI devices. And this has been acted on by a number of other states and jurisdictions. Oregon has dropped most of these GFCI sections. Massachusetts implemented an emergency TIA in order to exempt electric ranges from these. And this issue just keeps coming up. The fact is that the threshold for these GFCIs are too sensitive for these type of devices. The Association for Home Appliance Manufacturers has offered to change how many of these devices in their realm are built so that the GFCI function is built to within the appliance and can be tested in the factory. The issue really here is that we have a GFCI made by one manufacturer with a utilization device manufactured by a completely different manufacturer. And ensuring compatibility between these two is extremely difficult. And when they fail, it directly impacts the reputation and practicality of the electrification that we'd all like to see. I'm happy to follow up with anyone on this topic and be a resource. And I've been around this issue and solving this issue where we can, particularly with electric vehicle charging. And it's a really difficult one. And I encourage the commission to send this back for yet another look into GFCI compatibility with devices. It's a general topic, and that flows through various agenda items here, not just this number 17. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions if there is allowable.
Thank you. And we also have another public member who would like to make a comment. Would you like to approach? If you could approach the the desk and introduce or there you go. Introduce yourself, please.
Mike Stone. Mike Stone with NEMA. My point of order is that this topic is not on the agenda. It's generally speaking, it's part of the electrical code, but none of this, those compatibility issues, especially with electric vehicles, but that was not on the agenda. And that's my point of order. Thank you. As far as I know, it's not on the agenda. And it wasn't brought up during item 3 for items that are not on the agenda either. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other online?
There are no other hands raised and there are no phone participants.
Thank you. Are there any written comments on this item?
No additional comments, Madam Chair.
Okay. That should conclude the public comment portion. I'll turn item 17 back over to the commission. Entertain a motion to consider the Division of State Architect Structural Safety proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Electrical Code, Part 3, Title 24. Is there a motion?
Commissioner Raymond moved to approve.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Stockwell seconds.
It is moved and seconded. Are there any further discussions from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Opposed by indicating no. And if abstaining, please state that. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Santillan. Commissioner Ramirez.
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin. Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
Commissioner Legray.
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Kevin. I just wanted to do a quick time check. We've been going almost 2 hours. Just wanted to see if the commission wanted to break for 10 minutes or let DSA go through all their proposals. Just wanted to do that quick time check.
I would like to break for 10 minutes, Commissioner Sasaki.
I am hearing that a 10-minute break is appropriate at this time. So if we can reconvene, why don't we give ourselves, reconvene at 2:50, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, I'm like, what? Got it written out. I'm like,
Great, now I gotta spend my researching GFCI, thanks a lot.
Honestly, okay, so I didn't want to say that because somebody's bringing up life safety, but we're talking about 5 or 6 people a year.
I am so sorry,
okay.
my
You
fifth,
play work.
no, I was at lunch with Crystal, are you kidding me? We drove somewhere, but my Fitbit
Pam,
always
can you hear me?
showing 10 minutes, like it changes by 10 minutes, and I think I'm on time. when
Pam
I'm
or
late.
Kevin, can you hear me?
I dropped the ball. No, I was at lunch.
And then they try to like start a
What about doing this thing with the nuisance? Because it's not just boathouses, it's garages, accessory buildings.
Pam
No,
or
that's what I
Kevin,
was
can you
about
hear
to
me?
start talking about it. When you came in, I was like, oh, you know what?
Hey, everyone.
Point. Probably
You're not
shouldn't talk
muted.
about it.
Yes, Fiona?
You are not muted.
Now I gotta
Oh,
spend
thank you.
time researching GFCI.
Oh, good, then I don't have to. If you research it, no, I'll do it.
No,
I
no,
don't need to do
no,
anything.
no, I'm an
I-
electrical idiot. Stop.
No.
You're in charge.
I've been doing a little research myself.
You know what, I'm gonna run.
I believe you're muted now. At least I can't hear you anymore.
All righty, thank you, everyone. We are going to reconvene. It is 2:53 on December 17th, and we're reconvening the meeting. Where we left off was agenda item number 18. Agenda item 18 is the division of the state architect's structural safety proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Mechanical Code, Part 4, Title 24. And we have representatives here from the Division of the State Architect Structural Safety. Please reintroduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 18, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Again, for the record, my name is Eric Drever. I'm Principal Architect of Division of State Architect Headquarters, Architectural Codes and Policies. We have Paul Johnson here today to present Part 4 of the California Mechanical Code, and would be happy to entertain questions following the presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Johnson. I'm a senior electrical engineer with the Division of the State Architect. Today, I will present Part 4, the Mechanical Code for public schools and community colleges. The DSA proposes to adopt Chapter 1 with administrative amendments, bringing in the current model code. And then we propose to accept with current or existing amendments, chapters 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 11, and 18. And we propose to adopt without amendment chapters 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, and 17. And we propose not to adopt the appendices. We'll open it up to questions.
For the overview of the proposal, item 18 is open for commission discussion. Okay. I don't see anyone with their hands raised. We will now take comments from members of the public on item number 18. And a reminder to those online, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand in the Zoom feature. Do we have anyone here in the public? No public comment here. Do we have anyone online?
We have no hands raised and there are currently no phone participants.
Thank you. Did we receive any written comments on this agenda item?
No additional comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 18 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the division of the state architect structural safety proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Mechanical Code Part 4, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Ramirez, so move.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Haskins, second.
It is moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Commissioner Klaas-Buckner.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
Commissioner Legray.
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Aye.
Commissioner Ramban.
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan.
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. Next item is item number 19. The Division of the State Architect Structural Safety proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Plumbing Code, Part 5, Title 24. Representatives of the State Architect Structural Safety Board are here. Please reintroduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 19, please.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Paul Johnson. I'm a senior electrical engineer with the Division of the State Architect. presenting part 5, the plumbing code. DSA proposes in item 1 to adopt administrative changes and the adoption of the model code. And then we propose to adopt with existing California amendments, chapters 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 11, 12, and 17. We propose to adopt without amendment 8, 10, 13, 14, 15, or 8 and 10. We also propose to adopt appendices A, B, D, I, and N. We propose not to adopt chapters 13, 14, 15, and 16, and appendices C, E, F, G, J, K, L, M, O, P, Q, R, and S. Item number 4 has some changes. It was presented earlier. It's co-adopted with BSC. It was presented earlier and approved. I can present that if desired, and we'll turn it back over to the committee.
Thank you for the overview of the proposal. Item number 19 is open for commission discussion. Okay, I see none. We will now take comments from members of the public on item number 19. If we have individuals on Zoom, please raise your hand using the feature if you would like to provide public comment. I don't see any public comment here in the room. Is there any comment online?
There are no hands raised and no phone participants.
Thank you. Did we have any written comment on this item?
No additional comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. This concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 19 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the division of the state architect structural safety proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Plumbing Code, Part 5, Title 24. Is there a motion?
Commissioner Sasaki, move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Klaus-Berkner, second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed by indicating no. If abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan.
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre.
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell. Commissioner Klaus-Buckner.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you very much. We are next going on to agenda item number 20. Item 20 is the division of the state architect structural safety. Oh, back over. Sorry. I thought you were done. Okay. Agenda item 20 is the division of the state architect structural safety change without regulatory effect. Corrections to agency banners within the 2025 California Mechanical and Plumbing Codes, Parts 4 and 5 of Title 24 California Code of Regulations. And we have our colleagues from the Division of the State Architect Structural Safety here to present an overview of this item.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Again, my name is Eric Drever, Principal Architect, Division of State Architect. We are back. The change without regulatory effect is essentially to remove banners associated to a portion of the government code requiring DSA to adopt specific standards for structural safety pursuant to for California community colleges. Those banners were incorrectly included in previous cycles, and so we are proposing to remove those specific banners in parts 4 and 5.
Thank you for that overview. So I will open this up for commission discussion at this time. Seeing none, we will take comments from the public. If there are individuals online who would like to comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. Is there anyone here in the public who would like to comment? Seeing none, do we have anyone online?
There are no hands and no phone participants.
Thank you. Did we receive any written public comment on this item?
No additional comments, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Well, that concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item number 20 back over to the commission. The Division of the State Architect Structural Safety change without regulatory effect. Corrections to agency banners within the 2025 California Mechanical and Plumbing Codes, Parts 4 and 5 of Title 24 California Code of Regulations. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Rabbit move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Alegre seconds.
I believe, yes, I believe I'm using you first. Let the record show. All right, so it is moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Okay, if none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed by stating no. And if abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell, Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. At this point in time, I'd like to open up for commissioner discussion, the order of the agenda and when we will be taking up certain items.
It's the Building Standard Commission staff, the offer is to pull out of order agenda item 21. So in this case, HCD and the State Fire Marshal will have more time to coordinate. And we also need time to discuss with our legal counsel what the options for the commission are. So if we can pass agenda item 21 and go directly to 22, and then we'll come back to agenda item 21. I want to ask our legal counsel, Viana, if we need a vote by the commission, or we can just pull this out of order.
Sorry to interrupt. So what we had moved for earlier was to pull off that item 40
Yes.
to address that before item 21, not item 21 specifically. And I think the other question is HCD here to, are they here to review item 21 and on? And if not, do we need to?
Part of item 21 is HCD's proposal on the same section, so they are the same proposals. If HCD and the State Fire Marshal have already agreed to withdraw, I don't think we will need more time for them to coordinate, but if they haven't talked yet, or if they disagree, then we will need more time to discuss with our legal counsel, what your options are. So 4-0, item 4-0 and agenda item 21, I can't remember which item was specifically they need to coordinate, HCD and State Fire Marshal.
Right.
I have a question. Is there anybody from HCD here right now?
I believe.
Yeah, they should be. They're presented.
Yeah.
Yes. My name is Jeff Cooney. I'm a district representative with HCD, and I'm here to present agenda item 21 and 22, the electrical code package and the mechanical code package.
So the question is, did you guys coordinate with the state fire marshal
Today.
today?
This is Mitchell Baker with HCD also. Hopefully you can hear me.
Hi,
We
Mitchell,
did
yes.
coordinate with the state. We did coordinate with the state fire marshal in between agenda items.
Mitchell, this is Kevin with Building Standards Commission. Just to clarify, during the state fire marshal's part 3 electrical code proposal, one sub item that is being co-adopted with HCD was taken out of order. It was suspended until HCD could coordinate with the state fire marshal. So that's kind of what we're asking is, have you coordinated with the state fire marshal, you know, in the last hour or so to discuss how to proceed on that particular agenda item? It's section 210.8F, the GFCI nuisance stripping, removal of the sunset date. So that's what Stoyan Wumbeloff was referring to.
Yeah, yes, I understand. And yes, we have coordinated with the state fire marshal within the last hour.
Okay, okay.
Thank you for that point of clarification. Then we will continue with the agenda and moving on to agenda item number 21. The Department of Housing and Community Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Electrical Code, Part 3, Title 24. Will the representatives from the Department of Housing and Community Development please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 21?
Madam Chair, I think what we had voted on was to address agenda item 11, sub item 40 before we dealt with 21 so that they were able to have that time. I just want to clarify so we're not.
I'll try to clarify. These items, they
right.
align, so we can't vote on the state fire marshal 40 if we don't know what HCD is doing with the same proposal. The idea was these two departments will coordinate and we'll end up with the same proposal.
So we'll hear HCD first.
Okay.
And then we'll get back to the state fire marshal.
And then
Should we vote to change the agenda item then and put the state fire marshal 4-0 after 21?
Yeah, if I may just interject, I think it would be good to know if the decision has been made by both agencies to withdraw that item, because then it makes it really easy. If the decision is not to withdraw, then it makes it a little bit more complicated. So I guess either HCD or the fire marshal could just let us know if they're both proceeding or just one of them proceeding with that item or both withdrawing, then the commission it'd be easier to handle the process for the agenda.
We have a representative here from CAL FIRE. So would you like to?
So our discussions were.
Can you put the microphone on?
So HCD Mitchell's on, and I think he wanted to have an opportunity to at least explain their position and what was in the understanding at the CAC earlier this year, and then make the determination after that explanation. Is that right, Mitchell?
Yes, that works for me. So if the commission would like, I can jump in here.
Yeah, just to clarify, because of the motion that was made, I think that is okay. We're within the realm of considering item 40-0, I believe, from agenda item 11 and item 21 kind of at the same time. So if HCD wants to proceed first and then the commission can reconsider the other item, that's fine, as long as they're discussed around the same time, since that's kind of what the commission decided.
Quick clarification. We don't then need to vote on the order.
You don't need to vote on the order because you are at that point where you are considering
Thank you.
the items. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So are we hearing 21?
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. So we are going to be hearing agenda item 21, and I'm going to just just repeat that. The Department of Housing and Community Development proposed adoptions of amendments to the 2025 California Electrical Code, Part 3, Title 24. We have representatives here from the Department of Housing and Community Development. Please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item 21.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commission members. My name is Jeff Cooney. I'm a district representative with HCD's State Housing Law Program. Other members from HCD are in attendance and may assist in today's presentation. Thank you to everyone on the commission that is here today, as well as our partner agencies, and for allowing us to present our building standards package for this 2024 triennial code adoption cycle. HCD's 2025 California Electrical Code proposals are based on the 2023 National Electrical Code, which will be effective January 1st, 2026, if approved by the Commission. California Health and Safety Code Section 17921A directs the Department of Housing and Community Development to propose adoption, amendment, or repeal of building standards for the protection and benefit of public health, safety, and general welfare. Health and Safety Code Section 19990 requires HCD to adopt the most recent model codes. HCD has determined the proposed amendments impacting the 2025 California Electrical Code within the California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Part 3, are necessary to meet HCD's mandate in Health and Safety Code Section 17922A and Section 19990. HCD respectfully requests your expertise and approval of the items being presented today. We would again like to thank the Commission and their time and sharing of comments. With that said, HCD would like to request to commence with the discussion of the proposed changes for items 1 through 12.
Thank you. Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item 21 is open for commission discussion.
This is Commissioner Haskin. I guess I'll start. Picking up from our previous conversation, we would love to hear your input on the GFCI question.
Thank you for that. This is Mitchell Baker with HCD. Jeff, I'll go ahead and start with this item. So I believe, as the State Fire Marshal may have alluded to earlier, HCD worked with stakeholders during the Code Advisory Committee meetings, and our proposal to remove the sunset date was approved by that member of Code Advisory Committee members. And HCD, during that dialogue, this was discussed as a maintenance issue and an enforcement issue. With the sunset date that didn't align with the cycles here in California, it would be challenging from an enforcement standpoint. And it was also represented as a health and safety issue during those Code Advisory Committee meetings. So HCD has proposed this based on that expertise and also at the guidance of the Code Advisory Committee's approval.
We still don't understand.
Commissioner.
Commissioner Sasaki, Mitchell, are you saying that HCD wants to leave it as is, meaning leave the strikeout of the sunset date of September 1st, 2026? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, as with all of our proposals, they were vetted through the Code Advisory Committee and our stakeholders during pre-cycle. So without any other dialogue to give us an indication otherwise, HCD would move forward with our proposal as presented.
And Mitchell, were you or Jeff on the this call or this meeting when this was being discussed with the State Fire Marshal, and particularly with the commenters commenting on that, and then commissioners asking questions about that?
Yeah, I'm en route. I'm actually at the airport. My team was on the call during that discussion, and did fill me in as best they could during that dialogue.
Yeah, and I think I and some of the other commissioners are just wondering what the intent was. I mean, basically, when you take out when you leave it as is, you're striking out the expiration or the sunset date for this exception. That means that GFCIs don't have to be installed in this particular condition, which the commenters were indicating could be a cause for electrocution. So it would seem anyway that at some point you would want to require GFCIs in that case.
Understood.
And the way it's written right now, basically, if it goes forward, then it'll be that way through the next code cycle for at least 3 years, or unless you guys change it at the intervening, coming up intervening code cycle.
Yeah, thank you for the comment. That is our intent, as described in our rationale for that particular proposal, is to reassess based upon action at the model code level. And if a change is needed to that section to align, we would do so at that time in the next intervening cycle.
Commissioner? This is Commissioner Klaus Bruckner. In your reasoning statement, you mentioned there's a large or reported issues of nuisance tripping for the HVAC equipment and incompatibilities. Is that one of the technical reasons why, or is it only because of the scheduling or the adoption cycle that we are having to forego the use of GFCIs for now in HVAC systems? Can you go as a fire protection engineer? Maybe it's electrical is outside my realm. I could use some help here.
Yeah, and I can briefly describe that. This was presented to us by stakeholders as a safety issue, allowing that GFCI to be provided at HVAC equipment, and faulty tripping of that GFCI, leading to potentially a system inoperable, and which could create a substandard condition where heat is not being provided to a dwelling, was described to us at HCD during our pre-cycle. So that is a secondary part in addition to the code maintenance issue.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Haskin. I'm not familiar on this particular issue for NEC. Does NEC call for GFCI protection at the listed HVAC equipment? Or does NEC allow for that exception?
So this exception is in the NEC. The only thing that HCD is proposing to amend is the sunset date. That sunset date is also in the model code.
Thank you for the clarification.
This is Crystal Sujeski, CAL FIRE Office State Fire Marshal. And I'm gonna speak to Mitchell directly. Based on our previous conversation, would you be in favor or agreeable to withdrawing?
If that is the volition of the commission, yes, HCD would be willing to withdraw our amendment.
It's Commissioner Haskin again. Just for my fellow commissioners' benefit here, I'm not having background in HVAC. It does not surprise me that there is this exception, because historically older equipment, and the newer equipment is different because it operates using different technology now with the motors are different. But with the older equipment, GFCI would actually interfere with the HVAC equipment, so I can understand why that would be a concern. My biggest concern was that this wasn't just a scheduling issue, but that this has been vetted out, and that it's not a safety concern overall. And that's, since the safety concern was brought up, we're obviously very cautious to create any unsafe environment where it's not necessary. And at the same time, I know that any of the guys that have worked for me know how to handle the equipment, know how to stay safe and not put themselves in danger. And a GFCI should not be their lifeline in any of these situations. So that said, I'm not necessarily saying that this is definitely needed for safety, because there are concerns of it not being compatible. I just wanted to make sure that this has been vetted out. So I appreciate your input. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other commissioners?
This is Commissioner Santillan, and this is for the industry. If Office of State Fire Marshal withdraws and HCD withdraws, then the sunset's still there. So what happens to safety, life and safety at the sunset? Is that something that would have to be addressed through the intervening cycle?
My understanding, and I don't know if you're giving opportunity for industry to speak right now, but my understanding is that the TIA, which created the sunset date in the code, was allowing the industry time to fix those faulty trip concerns with the listed equipment. And so in our conversation, HCD and State Fire Marshal had within the last hour, it does create that little jagged enforcement within, the 9 months from effective date to the sunset. But when you look at the TIA, and as industry presented for the future NEC code, that exception goes away completely. So that's why, we're kind of leaning towards just keeping it in there. The intent, I guess, from the TIA, and when they have the opportunity to speak, maybe they can expand on that. I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you.
Commissioners? All right. Do you have, please, comment?
I think we should hear from the industry at this point.
Yeah, we're going to get a public comment next. Yeah. All right. We will now take comments from the public on this particular item. If you would like to come to the table. And if there's anyone online, just a reminder, please use the raised hand feature on Zoom. Please state your name.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Mike Stone, representing NEMA. And I won't repeat the whole spiel that, on item 11, unless you want me to. But I hope this clarifies a few things. Number one, Commissioner Haskin, you mentioned about listed equipment. So HVAC equipment is not necessarily required by the NEC to be listed, but to take advantage of this exception, it has to be only listed equipment. And there have been problems with listed equipment with compatibility, and it has to do with some of the new technologies they're using in HVAC equipment, like variable speed drives. They think that was the issue, and so that sunset date, the reason it was put in is and this is not unprecedented in the NEC. It's been used with other products like AFCIs. There was a future date put in, and there was some 1,000 amp fuse conditions there was a future date put in, knowing that that the technology was gonna get there by that sunset date. So that's why the sunset date was put in there, is that they figured that industry, including NEMA and the HVAC Trade Association and UL are all working on this, and they actually are pretty close to, to having this answered. So that's why the sunset date is in there. It's to acknowledge that future technology will accommodate, will be compatible with the GFCI technology. And also, one last thing is I was on the Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, Energy Code Advisory Committee, and the vote for this was not unanimous. My recollection is there was 3 votes against it, including myself. So it wasn't unanimous. There was a lot of discussion there. So anyway, I hope that clarifies a few things. And if there's any questions I can answer, either myself or Mr. Iverson can do that for you. Yes.
Going back to the tripping issue, it's definitely not my area of expertise, but let's say I'm an 80-year-old woman living in the desert and we have tripping issues with the HVAC system. How long does it take once the unit is rendered inoperable temporarily? How long does it take? I guess what I'm asking is, in the heat of the summer, am I going to be able to turn around and have an HVAC quickly with the tripping issues that the industry is facing currently?
Well, if we go with that sunset date of, the September 1st of 2026, or wherever you all set that date, those issues should be resolved. And that's why the sunset date is there, so that the industry, NEMA, the HVAC manufacturers, and UL can make sure that this is going to work. So hope there shouldn't be an 80-year-old woman out in the middle of the desert that doesn't have air conditioning, in the middle of summer. That should not happen. That's why that future date provision is in there, to make absolutely sure that this stuff is going to work. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Okay. And I don't know if Mr. Iverson has anything he wants to add as well.
Mike had a question. Where did the September date come from?
That's an interesting question. It came from the state of Texas, and this was several years back. And we don't want to necessarily be like Texas, but don't tell them I said that. But that matched up with their adoption date when they were having some discussions about this. So it kind of got plucked out of the air. But that should allow plenty of time for any issues to be resolved. But that's where that actual date came from. Yeah.
So in your opinion, as an industry rep, is it better to leave it in or strike it out?
I would leave it in. Actually, even if it was September 1st of 2026, the commission wouldn't have to take any action. State agencies wouldn't have to take any action to make that effective. It would just, the exception would just go away.
Sorry, your
at that
conference
stage.
is ending now. Please hang up.
So it really would be compatible with. It'd be nice if it matched up with our adoption dates, but it doesn't. But it really wouldn't really have any
Rain dance.
practical difference.
All participants are now in listen-only mode.
That's not us. Just keep going.
Okay, and I don't know if Mr. Iverson has anything else he wants to add. Thanks.
Thank you.
While the next speaker is coming up, I just wanted to make a quick point of order. So we're looking at Health and Safety Code 18930 that everybody's operating under for reviewing these regs. And I just want to remind the commission about subsection B that says that in reviewing any proposed building standards submitted for approval, the commission may only consider the record that was before the proposing agency and may not consider new additional outside facts, reports, things like that. So as new testimony is being provided here, just a reminder.
Thank you. We do have one other individual public comment. Please state your name.
Sure. Don Iverson with Schneider Electric. Again, just to kind of reinforce what Mike is talking about, how the industry has come together. When I mean industry, I'm talking about the breaker manufacturers and the air conditioning manufacturers. There's been a lot of working together in each other's lab, a lot of exchanges of equipment. I can just speak for myself at our Cedar Rapids factory, Iowa, where we have our big testing facility. It would just kind of
it would just boggle your mind to how big that facility is in our testing and the amount of HVAC equipment that we've been working on and understanding if there's any issues. I will say the latest discussion with the lab techs and the engineers there, we're up to 25 different models of HVAC equipment from all the major manufacturers that we're working together with. And there's 4 of them, the major ones, where we're not having issues at all. And a part of the American Circuit Breaker Association, which is comprised of like Siemens, Eaton, and all the other ABB, I think it is, where they have been working together as well, doing the same amount of testing. We've set that testing requirements. Now this is a little bit of engineering for the engineers here. You can kind of understand what I'm talking about. We come together and look at how we're each side, as in the AC manufacturers and the brake, how we're going to test our equipment. So we're doing the same exact testing criteria to make sure that the data is going to be consistent between the 2 manufacturers, and that has occurred. And as a result, we've had one particular large AC manufacturers that stood up in a public meeting and said, we're ready to go. We have no problem with GFCI protection. And there are several other ones, 3 other ones that are following right behind it. They see the issue. They don't want to have problems either out there, but they also identified that there's a shock hazard. And by their cleaning up their act, so to speak, it does allow the breaker manufacturer within the UL standard requirements of the manufacturer of that breaker to do some things to kind of understand and work well with the higher frequencies, and the type of products that they're using into the more efficient air conditioning, where they're now working together. But I always say there's a caveat there. Anything man-made is not perfect, right? And but from the 25 different models that we have tested, along with the other breaker manufacturers, we're not seeing issues out there. So again, it's come a long way since the NFPA put in the TIA, because back then there was an issue. And we were even saying, as a breaker manufacturer, we were saying that, hey, there's an issue, we need to deal with it. And it just, the code process does take a little time to go, but the ship is turning in the right direction. And the main focus here is that we really do protect people from shock, because people are being shocked out there. Unfortunately, there's some techs aren't as trained as well as others. And there's accidents out there where people get hurt, and not to speak of the other public folks that have come in contact with AC equipment and been electrocuted. So again, please consider this when you're making your final decision. But thank you. Any questions? We kind of beat this. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
But we put up a lot of effort into this. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Is there anyone online with public comment on this item?
We don't have any hands raised and we don't have any phone participants.
Okay, thank you. And staff, were there any written comments on this particular?
No additional comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So at this time, we will turn it back over to the commission. Public comment portion has concluded. And I know that this is a particularly complex issue. So before I call for a roll.
Just wondering if HCD would like to respond to those comments. This is Commissioner Clausberger.
Yes. HCD. After hearing public comment, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you. At this time, this is Mitchell Baker with the Department of Housing and Community Development. At this time, HC would have no other responses to the comments from the public. Thank you.
Okay. So that concludes public comment portion. I will return item 21 back over to the commission and entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, for clarification, did I hear the Office of State Fire Marshal indicate along with HED that they would withdraw that specific item as we make the motion as we did under your? That's a question for HCD.
If that is the will of the commission, yes.
Well, I'm kind of asking you
So
your recommendation.
I guess, council, is that something that the commission can? I think HCD and State Fire Marshal have to withdraw. If we're going down the route of disapproval, it would be my recommendation to withdraw. But again, I'd like to do that jointly with HCD.
And just as a point of order, sorry, Viana, I want to get clarification from you on this. The State Fire Marshal and HCD would need to request approval on their package, but they would indicate withdrawal of their respective items on this issue, item 4-0 for SFM, and HCD would have to kind of actively withdraw their corresponding co-adoption of that amendment as well, with a motion to approve the remainder of it. I don't think the commissioners can do that. What that would look like is one possible motion would be that the commissioners could make a motion to, isolate those items for further study, disapproval, and then approve the rest. Viana, does that sound accurate? I just want to make sure, like for Crystal and Mitchell's sake. Okay.
Yeah, that is
Does that make
accurate.
sense?
So under our administrative regulations, the withdrawal is within the purview of the proposing agencies. So they're the only ones that can withdraw a proposed regulation at any time during the rulemaking, right before your vote. And then the commission may only do the other 4 actions, which is to approve, disapprove, further study, or approve as amended. And just a reminder that for any disapproval or further study, the commission must have a finding that one of the 9-point criteria is not met, one or more of the 9-point criteria is not met.
This is Commissioner Haskin. I think I speak for some of us, but I know I speak for myself anyway. It would make it much simpler process if you'd be willing to withdraw that item. Otherwise, I think that we would move to separate that item so that we could vote on it separately. And if we were to do so, I would cite the 7th criteria in trying to maintain consistency with national model codes. If the national model code has the sunset date in there, by removing that date, we've changed the intent. It can't, I agree that it can't be, we could vote on pulling it off, but it would make it a lot easier if you'd withdraw that. So that's my comment.
So who do you want to go first? Go ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, this is Mitchell Baker with HCD. I would be amenable, agreeable to withdraw that proposal, that co-adoption with the State Fire Marshal.
And the same with the State Fire Marshal. We would withdraw item 4-0 from agenda item 11.
Do we need to take any action on that, or is that stated for the record? Is that good enough?
Yeah, Viana, just to double check with you, since the State Fire Marshal and specifically the State Fire Marshal has indicated they will withdraw, and HCD has just indicated they would withdraw, are any motions and votes from the commission required for those items?
No. So that's within the purview of those agencies. You can sort of pretend like item 40 was never suspended and put aside because now it's gone. And then you would have to make a pretty clear motion on item 21 that you are voting on the remaining items to approve, disapprove, further study, whatever the commission wants to.
Understood. We could do that motion. The commissioners could do that motion, and then the Building Standards Commission staff will work with both HCD and SFM on the final express terms to show the amendment, withdrawn before it's filed with Secretary of State. Thank you, Viana.
Thank you. So we will entertain a motion fill in the blank by one of the commissioners.
Commissioner Santillana, make a motion that we approve HCD's item number 21, noting that item 4 of their proposed item 4 specifically, I don't know that. It's item 4, right?
Item 4, yes.
Is withdrawn.
Yeah, that's very clearly stated. Thank you.
Commissioner Haskins, second.
Thank you. All righty. We have, this item is moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? If no, hearing none, we will have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please say aye. Opposed by stating no, and abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel, Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell, Commissioner Klaus Buckner.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. Next agenda item is item number 22. Department of Housing and Community Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Mechanical Code, Part 4, Title 24. Will the representatives from the Department of Housing and Community Development please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 22?
Good afternoon again, Chair and Commission members. My name is Jeff Cooney. I'm a district representative with HCD State Housing Law Program. Other members from HCD are in attendance and may assist in today's presentation. HCD's 2025 California Mechanical Code proposals are based on the 2024 Uniform Mechanical Code, which, if approved by the Commission, will be effective on January 1st, 2026. California Health and Safety Code Section 17921A directs the Department of Housing and Community Development to propose adoption, amendment, or repeal of building standards for the protection and benefit of public health, safety, and general welfare. Health and Safety Code Section 19990 requires HCD to adopt the most recent model changes. HCD has determined the proposed amendments impacting the 2025 California Mechanical Code within the California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Part 4, are necessary to meet HCD's mandate in Health and Safety Code Section 17922A and Section 19990. Part of the preliminary steps taken to develop the proposals before the Commission today, HCD invited the public to provide feedback during a pre-cycle comment period that took place from November 13th through November 20th, 2023. There is only one item today that HCD will be adopting with modification, and that would be item number 1. It updates the reference from the 2021 Uniform Mechanical Code to the 2024 Uniform Mechanical Code to comply with HCD's mandate in Health and Safety Code Section 17922A. Otherwise, items 2 through 14, which are chapters 1 through 13, and items 16 through 19, chapters 15 through 18, HCD is adopting without amendment. Items 15, which is chapter 14, and appendices, items 20 through 29, appendices A through J, HCD is not adopting.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item number 22 is open for commission discussion at this time. Seeing none, we will now take comments from the members of the public on item number 22. Reminder, if there is anyone online, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. Is there anyone here in the audience? Seeing none, is there anyone online?
No phone participants and no hands raised.
Thank you. Staff, did we have any written comments on this item?
No additional comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 22 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Mechanical Code, Part 4, Title 24. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve, Commissioner Stockwell.
Go a second.
Second, Commissioner Rambin.
It's moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? All right, hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan. Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. Next is agenda item number 23. The Department of Housing and Community Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Plumbing Code, Part 5, Title 24. Will the representative from the Department of Housing and Community Development please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item number 23?
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair and Commission members. My name is Randy Enrico, and I'm a district representative with the State Housing Law Program, representing the Department of Housing and Community Development. Thank you for this opportunity to present HCD's proposed amendments to the 2024 Uniform Plumbing Code for the 2025 California Plumbing Code. HCD's authority to adopt, amend, or repeal model code is found in Health and Safety Code sections 17.922 and 19.990. As part of the pre-cycle activities to develop the proposals before the Commission today, HCD invited the public to provide feedback during a pre-cycle comment period that took place from November 13th through November 20th, 2023. On March 26th, 2024, HCD presented this 2025 CPC package to the Code Advisory Committee and was approved as submitted without amendment. Following the Code Advisory Committee meetings, the CPC building standards package went out for a 45-day comment period from May 17th to July 1st, 2024, for interested parties and stakeholders to make comments on HCD's proposed amendments to the 2024 Uniform Plumbing Code for the 2025 CPC. No comments were received during this period. BSC and HCD have co-adopted multiple sections in this proposal, and HCD would like to thank BSC for their support and insight, as well as the other state agencies and stakeholders. A quick overview of this package is that it contains a total of 50 items as follows: 29 chapters and dependencies that HCD either continues to not adopt or adopts without amendments, 14 sections that are editorial or corrections addressing publisher error and model code renumbering, and 7 new HCD amendments to the 2024 UPC for the 2025 CPC. I can provide that information if their commission requests.
Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item number 23 is now open for commission discussion. Okay, we will now take comments from members of the public on item number 23. Anyone online, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. Is there anyone here who would like to make public comment? Is there anyone online?
There are no hands raised and no phone participants.
Thank you. Staff, were there any written comments submitted on this particular item?
No additional comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 23 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Plumbing Code, Part 5, Title 24. Do you have a motion?
Commissioner Sasaki moved to approve.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Haskins, second.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed by stating no. Abstaining, please state this. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell, Commissioner Klaus Buckner.
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. Agenda item number 24 is next. This is the Department of Housing and Community Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Green Building Code, Part 11, Title 24. Will the representative from the Department of Housing and Community Development please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item number 24?
Hello, everyone. Just double checking for sake of time. I know CalGreen is a heavily discussed item. I'd like to check with the commission and BSC if we're good to go with CalGreen today or if we would like to table it for discussion tomorrow.
We would like to continue today.
Okay, perfect. I'll go ahead and start with my overview. Good afternoon, Chair and Commission members. My name is Tyler Mayo. I'm the Title 24 Regulations Manager representing the California Department of Housing and Community Development. With me today is HCD's Assistant Deputy Director, Mitchell Baker. As previously mentioned, he may have limited availability. I know he has a flight to catch, so we'll tackle this the best we can. First and foremost, thank you to everyone on the commission that is here today. And thank you for allowing us to present our final building standards package for the 2024 Triennial Code Adoption Cycle. I'd also like to give thanks to the other supporting agencies, the Code Advisory Committee, and stakeholders who have contributed to the development of this California Green Building Standards package, also known as CalGreen. HCD's CalGreen proposals that will be discussed today were developed through a coordinated process between HCD, the California Air Resources Board, the California Building Standards Commission, and other supporting agencies. HCD's authority for adopting and proposing green building standards lies in Health and Safety Code Section 17928 and 18941.10A2. As part of the pre-cycle activities, HCD participated in multiple CalGreen electric vehicle work group meetings. These meetings were held on October 19th and November 28th of 2023 and January 11th of 2024. Additionally, HCD held a focus group meeting on September 11th, 2023, and coordinated with BSC to facilitate a joint comment period on newly proposed bicycle parking building standards. Fast forwarding during the 45-day comment period and public hearing that followed the 45-day comment period, HCD received a total of 138 comments. HCD acknowledged all of the comments and responded in the final statement of reasons only to the comments that pertain to HCD's amendments proposed during this cycle. There was no change in the final express terms or final statement of reasons due to final statement of reasons due to those comments. However, during final submittal, a minor editorial error was identified in item 2, in which HCD submitted an addendum to correct this error. The proposals before you today have been approved by the Code Advisory Committee and vetted by stakeholders and other interested parties. These proposals are mainly focused on CalGreen's EV charging building standards and the implementation of statutory requirements such as Assembly Bill 1738 and 2863. The mandatory proposals of CalGreen are based on the supplement to the 2022 CalGreen building standards that became effective July 1st, 2024. For the voluntary proposals, HCD made modifications to the Tier 1 and Tier 2 sections with the goal of maximizing opportunities for charging for multifamily buildings. In addition, HCD relocated pre-existing bicycle parking standards from the voluntary measures to the mandatory measures of Cal Green. HCD respectfully requests your expertise and approval for adoption of the final express terms and building standards package for the 2025 Cal Green Part 11. Would the commission today like a detailed overview of each item 1 through 9, or is there a specific item that you would like an overview, or would you like to open the floor to any questions or comments on the proposal?
Yeah, thank you for that overview of the proposal. Item number 24 is open for commission discussion at this time. Please, Commissioner.
Could you please, this is Commissioner Klaus Brickner, could you please go a little more into detail on item 2?
Yeah, no problem. So for item 2, it's chapter 4, residential mandatory measures, section 4.106.4.2.2, multifamily dwellings, hotels, and motels. So this is our biggest item in the package, so bear with me. I'll go through it in detail. So hopefully that'll clear up any potential questions. HCD has proposed an increase in EV charging building standards for the 2024 Triennial Code adoption cycle. So this proposal provides clarity for the code user by organizing the requirements based upon the occupancy type, separating hotels and motels from multifamily buildings. Hotels and motels is being relocated to the new section 4.106.4.2.6, and multifamily will remain in the existing section. So within this section, HD is proposing to clarify which EV charging building standards apply to multifamily buildings when certain types of parking spaces are provided, including assigned, unassigned, and common use parking. And as a note, HD has no authority to define what type or number of parking is required. Parking is controlled by the local city or county and the project design and builder. So that would be item number 2. If you'd like, I can go through each CAM section.
We have further questions here, Commissioner.
Quick question for item number 2 with the level 2 EV charging stations. Again, as an ignorant person that isn't that involved with the charging, the installation or design of charging stations, do these charging stations require a bigger space as far as real estate when they're installing them? Or is it a standard parking spot?
In regards to that question, I would defer to Mitchell if he's still there.
Yes, this is Mitchell Baker with HCD. The type of equipment differs based on installation and the preference of the homeowner, but typically it wouldn't have any impact on a residential parking space or impede on that in residential parking space. Some of these are wall-mounted chargers, or they may be connected to a wall-mounted outlet.
Thank you. Commissioners, is there any other questions? Are there any other questions? Okay. We will now take comments from members of the public on item number 24. A reminder for those online, if you would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. Is there any public comment here? Seeing none, is there anything from online?
Yes. So our first comment is going to be from Sven.
Hi, this is Sven Thiessen. I would first like to address the question about the sizing, and that when you have open parking space at multifamily housing, you will lose a little bit of parking due to ADA requirements in requiring ADA spots that have EV charging access. However, for a standard resident, the size of the parking space is still the same. The EVSE, the charger, does not impact that, just like Mitchell said. I'm with the Electric Vehicle Charging for All Coalition. For the last 4 years, we have fought for equity to get the same parity between single-family homes and those that live in apartments and condos. And I want to say a huge thank you to Housing and Community Development for finally bringing this forward. As an engineer, seeing that we have inequity, it's really hard not to expect change in a year, but we have worked together quite hard to make this happen. One of the key things that HCD has done is something called direct wiring. It's new, that the wiring from the electric vehicle charger, the actual receptacle, so the tenant supplies the actual charger, which reduces cost for the builder, runs back to the wiring, the meter of that unit, so that when Tyler plugs in his car at his parking space, he pays for the electricity. He doesn't have to pay a third party that puts on 10 cents a kilowatt hour plus an ongoing fee to that, plus a fee by the apartment complex manager. So that was a really good move on the part of HCD to include that. Big applause. And again, like I said earlier this morning, these regulations are critical because we only have 10 years till 2035 when all new vehicles are going, light duty vehicles are going to be zero emission and highly likely electric. If you have technical questions regarding this ordinance and how little it's going to cost the builder versus how much it costs the PG&E or investor-owned utility ratepayer to retrofit later, it's on order of 5x. I'm happy to discuss that. Just thank you for what we're doing. It's a little late, but better late than never. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Bryce.
Hello, my name is Bryce Nesbitt, and my main business is advising multifamily property owners on all sorts of things, their water heaters, their roof leaks, and why not their garage. These new regulations overall are a great step forward, and I encourage you to help pass them. I was part of the workshops that were held on this topic. There were some significant things left on the floor during that process. And while nearly every multifamily resident in a new building will have access to EV charging, there's a big glaring exception in that if the building chooses to install a mechanical lift, they're excluded from having the option of EV charging or the mandate to have EV charging. And the multiple letters were submitted by the lift manufacturers saying that they would be completely willing to submit to mandatory EV charging as the manufacturers of the equipment, as long as everyone was required to do that. But HCD chose to not include that requirement. I think that is worth additional review at this time. Regarding parking sizing, there are two provisions that have blocked me from doing EV charging at particular buildings. One, these regulations require a certain minimum size for a spot that has EV charging that may be bigger than the existing parking lot that previously existed. So you had somewhat cramped spaces, you add EV charging, you now have to supersize them and have a certain minimum dimension. The second provision is related. If I've got a 8-unit apartment building with 8 parking spots in a garage that's on the bottom floor, they can't possibly be expanded. There's no more room. Installing EV charging triggers a federal ADA rule that requires that one of those spots be exchanged for a van accessible spot. And I'd love to do this in all cases, completely in favor of the Americans with Disabilities Act and access for people who have disabilities. But in some cases, it's just physically impossible to do. So there are indeed, as the commissioner alluded to, issues with parking sizing and the upsizing of parking triggered by EV charging requirements. As with Sven, I'm happy to act as a technical resource, and I have a lot of contact with the very multifamily owners that need to voluntarily choose to add EV charging in all of their existing building stock. With 40% of Californians being renter households, We can't achieve these climate goals without bringing the multifamily residents on board to all of our electrification efforts. Thank you for your time and look forward to your vote. Good day.
Thank you. There are no other hands raised and there are no phone participants.
Thank you. Staff, were there any comments submitted to the commission on this particular agenda item?
No additional comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 24 back over to the commission. At this time, we do have a commissioner with a further question. Yes.
This is Commissioner Klaus-Bruckner. I'd like to hear what HCD has to say regarding the parking sizes and how, especially with possibly some of the space issues that is already plaguing the state as far as parking, how are they addressing this?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. This is Mitchell Baker with the California Department of Housing and Community Development. As it relates to parking, as my colleague Tyler had mentioned earlier, parking is a local matter. When it comes to accessibility, that's not the code we're dealing with today. This is squarely EV charging proposals as it relates to Cal Green. So I don't think it would be the most appropriate avenue to discuss any sort of Chapter 11A or accessibility provisions as part of this dialogue, but to focus on the EV charging proposals in front of you today. I would entertain any additional questions regarding those proposals. And I don't think HCD is prepared to have any discussions about accessibility during this or parking size as a result of access during this dialogue today.
Commissioner?
I have a question for maybe our council or anybody on the staff. We've had in the past had discussions that involve a combination of accessibility and electrical EV charging stations. Is that not something that can be discussed in this case as a
This is, oh, go ahead, Stan.
So HCD, excuse me. HCD doesn't have provisions for electric vehicle charging in Chapter 11A. I believe, and Mitchell will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there was a section in Cal Green that was referring to Chapter 11B, or there was another provision located adjacent to an accessible parking space. So that was the accessibility related provision in Cal Green. But I can't speak for HCD's proposal.
Thank you. Any other comments or thoughts in response? Okay. No? Okay. Thank you. Well, that concludes the public comment portion. I will turn item 24 back over to the commission and entertain a motion to consider the Department of Housing and Community Development proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Green Building Code, Part 11, Title 24. Is there a motion?
Just a quick point of order, Madam Chair. This is Kevin. Just conferring with our legal counsel, because HCD has their final express terms and an addendum, they would the goal would be to request an approve as amend motion to approve the FET with the addendum, and then have a 9-point criteria justification to go along with that. Viana, is that correct?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So I think when Tyler said approve, he really meant approve as amend with the addendum.
Approve as amend with addendum. Okay. All righty. So do we have a motion from one of the members, commissioners, with that specific approve and amend with the addendum?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll move to Commissioner Patel. I'll move to approve as amended.
And just a quick point of order, Raj, I think the 9-point criteria justification would probably be 6 because the original language was vague and ambiguous. As Tyler said, would you agree?
I would agree. I would offer item 6 of the 9-point criteria as justification.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion?
Just one comment. So they indicate that there's an additional cost here of about $1,300 to $2,600 per multifamily housing unit. Is that something that will be carried forward? And obviously that figure, is that what's going to be absorbed by residents paying rent?
HCD, that's a question for HCD.
Yeah.
Yes, HCD.
Hi, this is.
Oh,
Go ahead,
I'm sorry.
Tom.
Go ahead, Mitchell.
Yes, this is Mitchell Baker with HCD. Ultimately, those costs would be incurred by the property builder, which may ultimately increase that cost of housing down to the consumer.
Thank you.
Any further discussions from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state that. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Haskin,
Aye.
Commissioner Legray,
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki,
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. Agenda item number 24 is next. Is it 25?
Yeah,
25. We are further along. Okay.
Just
Yes,
question
please.
for the commissioner. So it's 4:10, almost 4:15. We have about 40 minutes. We can go at least start agenda item 25.
And we have two agenda items, 25 and 26?
We have 2 more.
Two more. Keep going.
That's good.
All righty. Agenda item 25 is the California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Green Building Code, Part 11, Title 24. Will the representative from the California Building Standards Commission please introduce yourself and provide an overview of item number 25?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be done.
Take your time. Take your time. Oh, turn it on. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Commissioners, you're doing a phenomenal record time. This might be the first time in Calgary history they would get it done in one day. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Enrique M. Rodriguez, Associate Construction Analyst for the California Building Standards Commission. This afternoon, I will be presenting BSC's electric vehicle proposals and other miscellaneous proposals for non-residential occupancies within BSC's authority as part of the 2024 triennial code adoption cycle. For the record, BSC's Cal Green Code rulemaking file is BSC 03/24. Before I provide the rationale for the specific code changes, I would like to give a general overview of the pre-cycle activities and public engagement. BNC, in coordination with HCD and DSA, developed a green charter during the 2022 code cycle and further amended it for use in the current 2024 triennial code adoption cycle. This charter was used to create the Cal Green Electric Vehicle Work Group, or as we call it, CEVW, comprised of over 50 non-state organizations, EV advocates, interested parties, and stakeholders, along with
multiple state agency representatives and subject matter experts. BSC, DSA, and HCD conducted three-day long joint agency pre-cycle activity workshops between October 9th, 2023 and January 11th, 2024 to obtain valuable input from the CEVW work group participants, which helped craft the CalGreen proposals that I will be presenting shortly. Today's BSC's proposed code changes are comprised of mostly EV code amendments with some non-EV related items. The charging language and rationale for the EV proposed code changes are as follows. This is basically legislation and mandates. Number one, Senate Bill SB 32, the California Global Solutions Act of 2006. Two, the California transportation sector comprises 41% of greenhouse gas emissions statewide when considering mobile source direct emissions, according to the California Air Resources Board, current California GHG emissions inventory data. Number three, Governor Executive Order B16, 2012, B48, 2018, and N79, 2020 set the goals of having over 1.5 million zero-emission vehicles on California roadways by 2025, 5 million ZEBs in California's roadways by 2030, and 100% sales of electric vehicles in 2035. CARB staff expects drivers to continue to rely on home charging if available and supplement their charging needs with public charging stations. And this is where CalGreen comes in for non-residential. As of April 2022, there were 26,671 public level 2 chargers, 6,659 public DCFCs in California. Number 7, Assembly Bill 2075, TINC Statutes of 2022, mandates BSC to convene a workshop on EV charging infrastructure standards that includes the Department of Housing, Community Development, the Division of the State Architect, the California Air Resources Board, and the California Energy Commission, and other relevant stakeholders to consider, among other things, projected demands for EV charging infrastructure based on the state's goals. Now I'm going to talk about the charging language for the other non-EV related items. Number 1, pursuant to AB 2863, Chapter 809, Statutes of 2022, BSC is proposing to revise the CalGreen minimum mandatory bicycle parking standards using a method that is independent of the number of vehicle parking spaces in non-residential buildings. Number 2, BSC is proposing to amend pre-rinse spray valves to repeal references to the California Code of Regulations, Title 24, and amend the main paragraph to add commercial pre-rinse spray valves. Number 3, BSC is proposing to amend temporary ventilation to change the MERV rating requirements from a MERV 8 to a MERV 13 and to revise the applicable reference standards. Number 4, in response to AB 2232, Statutes of 2022, that requires BSC to research, develop, and propose for adoption mandatory standards for carbon dioxide monitoring classrooms of a covered schools and the universities of California. BSC has developed this proposal. Number 5, BSC is proposing to amend the reference standards table found in Chapter 6 to align with the California Energy Commission's energy efficiency standards in Part 6 of Title 24, and the current proposed reference standard updates in Chapter 5 and Appendix A5 of this code. Number 6, BSC is proposing to amend Table A5.601 to update the mandatory and voluntary tiers based on the approved amendments during the 2022 intervening code cycle. BSC is proposing to amend the mandatory measures checklist table update to the code sections based on the final approved express terms in the main mandatory code sections which will correspond to the Tier 1 and Tier 2 voluntary compliance measures. I'm going to take a break. Public participation. 3 pre-cycle workshops were held between October 2023 and January 2024 for the Cal Green Electric Vehicle Work Group, which addressed the intent and purpose of AB 2075 by collaborating with each of the state agencies and stakeholders for the 2024 triennial code adoption cycle to incorporate robust and comprehensive electric vehicle charging infrastructure standards to achieve relevant anticipated electrical load capacities and the statewide transportation electrification goals. The proposed changes to the building standards with statewide application will lead to substantial environmental benefits through reduction in energy use, greenhouse gas emissions, criteria, pollutants, and fossil fuel dependency, leading to improved public health and potentially result in significant cost savings or avoided costs associated with future installation of EV charging stations at non-residential buildings. BSC conducted a Green Code Advisory Committee meetings March 18th and 19th of 2024, in which BSC received valuable input from the Code Advisory Committee members and the various stakeholders. Some suggested edits were incorporated into the 45-day express terms code language. BSC also conducted a 45-day public comment period from March 31st, 2023 until May 15th, 2023. BSC received various public comments which are addressed in the final statement of reasons. Based on comments received, BSC conducted an additional 15-day comment period from May 25th, 2023 through June 9th, 2023. BSC incorporated some suggested 15-day edits into the final express terms. Please refer to the FSOR 15-day for the few comments that were received. Madam Chair, before I proceed with the individual items of BSC's proposed changes, I would like to know if commissioners have any specific questions regarding BSC's package at this time.
Appreciate that. Thank you for that overview of the proposal. Sure. Item 25 is open for commissioner discussion. Right, looks like we do have one. Yes.
I do have
Please,
one. Would you go over some of the cost estimates for this package?
At this point, I'd like to call Adrian Harris from the California Air Resources Board, who was instrumental in providing BSC with this critical data. Adrian? I saw her on the screen.
Hi. Yeah, so was there a specific, can you hear me?
Can you raise your voice a little bit so we can hear you?
Hi, apologies. I'm in the office. Can you hear me now?
A little better.
Okay. Yeah, to provide a brief overview of the cost estimates for the light-duty EV charging infrastructure, CARB staff estimated the number of spaces that would be impacted by the code requirement based off of the square footage. And then reviewing data from the National Construction Cost Estimator, as well as a survey of a third-party site that provides EVSE, we estimated the total costs based off of the number of spaces impacted multiplied by an estimate of the cost for a low estimate, which would be a 20-foot run, and then a high estimate, which would be a 100-foot run, which refers to the distance that the raceway and the conduit would have to run to the EVSE. Was there a specific question about the cost estimate that you had, or just a general overview?
Well, one question I have is the cost on small businesses. In your package, it indicates that that cost is unknown. Do you have any idea what that might be?
Yeah, so the reason it's unknown is because it's based off of the square footage of the building. And so assuming that you have a smaller building, the cost would be lower. Let me pull up my notes really quickly. But it remains unknown because if there is a building that falls under a certain square footage, it's harder to estimate just because it might not actually be required to have EV charging infrastructure. And let me pull.
Okay, thank you.
Were there any other questions?
Yeah. Are there any further questions from the commissioners at this time? All right. Well, we will now take comments from members of the public on item number 25. And a reminder to those who are online, if you would like an opportunity to ask your questions, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. Is there anyone here in the public? I see no one here who has any questions on this item. Is there anyone online?
Yes. First comment is going to be from Bryce.
Hello, this is Bryce Nesbitt again. The building code is divided up into different occupancy groups. So some of the same comments end up applying between these occupancy groups. But I will bring up a new general concern in an area that will have to be worked on in the interim cycles. Some of the regulations regarding hotels and motels have been quite unachievable and expensive to implement. And one of the underlying reasons is that the code is not yet fully grappled with the question of dwell time. So if you are an EV driver and you are driving to Nevada and you need to recharge, you want the fastest charger that you can possibly get so you can get back on the road in the time it takes you to go to the bathroom and buy a snack. But if you're a worker on an 8-hour shift, or you're at home for 10 hours, or you're at a motel overnight, your need for charging speed, and thus your grid impact and the cost of all the wiring and associated equipment, vary quite a bit. And an area of development that I hope to see working in the next cycle and the interim cycle is to recognize these dwell time issues in order to right-size the cost of this EV infrastructure compared to the dwell time of the vehicle. I think that was underdeveloped here, and I encourage passage of this item now, but that additional attention be given to dwell time in the intervening cycle. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Any other comments online?
Yes. Next is going to be Sven.
Hi, Sven Thiessen here for the third and hopefully final time. The Electric Vehicle Charging for All Coalition would like to double down on what Bryce said just now regarding dwell times. Right now, we have a number of our supporters and volunteers that work in emergency rooms, and it's really inconvenient for them to leave the emergency room to go move their car because they're being collected from them, not charged, an idling fee of $1 a minute. So this idea of setting dwell times depending on the purpose of where that parking space is associated with, be it a workplace, a shopping mall, a gas station, is very important. But likewise, we're really pleased with where BSC is going with this because there are millions of apartment complexes and condos in California. And we talked about the cost earlier, $1,300 to $2,600 at the time of installation to put in EV ready. PG&E can retrofit your apartment complex for, on average, over $17,000 per unit. We don't want to have to pay that $17,000. So if we can get people at their workplace to charge with long dwell times, that's an excellent thing. And so thank you, BSC, for making this happen. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Next is Linda.
Hi, this is Linda Hutchins Knowles with the EV Charging for All Coalition. And I want to echo the comments made by Bryce and Sven, and also want to thank HCD and BSC for the excellent work on bringing this code to a level where multifamily residents will be able to have at-home EV-ready charging with direct wiring. This is the gold standard, and we just really appreciate all the work over the past few years that you've put in to accelerate ensuring equity for multifamily residents. So a huge thank you. I also want to point out that whatever you can do to coordinate with other agencies to make sure that there's also equity and funding opportunities for now, we need to work on retrofitting existing buildings now that you've fixed the code for new buildings. It's really important that every resident be able to charge in their own assigned parking spot for that convenience, that reliability, and for that direct wiring low cost benefit. But unfortunately, a lot of the state provided funds don't allow the charging to be put into individually assigned parking spaces. They have to be shared. And just imagine for a moment if you live in a single family home and you come home from work and some other car is parked in your driveway and you can't charge your car where you planned that night at your own single family home. That would be kind of bizarre. Well, that's the situation for multifamily residents that have shared parking. If they don't have a guaranteed place to charge, then they maybe are not going to be willing to get an EV if they can't be sure they can charge overnight and have a car they can drive the next day. So these funding programs that I think maybe that goal is to like share this charging around more or something, but it doesn't really work out that way. And right now, the biggest barrier to EV adoption is charging access. It's no longer the cost. So whatever you can do to encourage other agencies that provide funding to actually fund EV charging for individually assigned parking spaces and multifamily housing, then I think we will finally reach equity. So thank you very much again, and we look forward to continuing to support any further refinements. There are a few more adjustments that we think need to be made, but you've made the biggest step forward, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have no other hands raised and there are no phone participants.
Thank you. Staff, were there any written comments submitted to the commission on this agenda item?
No additional comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion of this agenda item. I will turn agenda item 25 back over to the commission and entertain any motion. A motion to consider the California Building Standards Commission proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Green Building Code, Part 11, Title 24. Is there a motion?
Commissioner Rambin moves to approve.
Second? Is there a second?
Commissioner Santillan, second.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded. There is any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? Hearing none, we will now call a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed by stating no. And if abstaining, please state that. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Stockwell.
Aye.
Commissioner Klaus Buckner.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
Commissioner Legray.
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
Commissioner Santillan.
Aye.
Thank you.
The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. Next is agenda item number 26. The Division of State Architecture Structural Safety proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Green Building Code, Part 11, Title 24. Will the representatives from the Division of the State Architect?
Thank you, commissioners, for your vote and for your time.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Representatives, please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of item number 26.
Thank you, and really appreciate being able to squeeze this in today. So thanks to all the commissioners and Madam Chair for your attentiveness to the agenda items. My name is Eric Drever. I'm Principal Architect at Division of the State Architect. And again, I'm joined here with Senior Electrical Engineer Paul Johnson, who will provide you with a brief overview of our Part 11 proposals, fairly succinct, mostly administrative. We did submit these to the Code Advisory Committee and received approval. We did make one amendment prior to the 45-day publications, which is included in your package, and Paul will speak to it, but have received no public comment over the 45-day public comment period. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Paul Johnson with the Division of the State Architect. The State Architect is proposing to carry forward existing and adopted sections of the 2022 California Green Building Codes and amendments, which I will include and go over right now. So item 1, we are proposing to amend section 5.503.46 pre-rent spray valves and to repeal references to California Code of Regulations Title 20. A new reference to the California Plumbing Code in section 420.3 is being added. A reference to Title 20 is no longer needed as the model codes include Title 20 requirements for this section. Item 2 is carbon dioxide or CO2 monitoring in classrooms. We are amending existing language to clarify and bring this section in line with statute AB 2232, specifically bringing in community colleges to our existing code. We are also amending the language to the reference of table 120.A in the energy code. This table doesn't describe what our CO2 levels are inapplicable to the requirements for the CO2 levels. The new proposed language is based upon the definition found. The proposed language is based upon the definition found in the Cambridge Dictionary for classrooms, a room in a school or college where groups of students are taught. We're further clarifying that the standalone sensor only needs to record the highest reading in the space instead of keeping a reading over time. In addition, we amended language, existing language, to say, instead, we removed have exceeded to exceeds, which made it more clear what we were meaning. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview of item number 26. It is now open for commission discussion. Seeing no one here with any questions, we will now take comments from members of the public on item 26. If you are online and wish to comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. Is there anyone here in the audience who would like to comment? I see no public comment here. Is there anyone online?
There are no hands raised and no phone participants.
Thank you very much. Staff, did we receive any written comments on this particular agenda item?
No additional comments, Madam Chair.
Okay. That concludes the public comment portion. I'll turn item 26 back over to the commission, entertain a motion to consider the Division of the State Architect Structural Safety proposed adoption of amendments to the 2025 California Green Building Code Part 11, Title 24.
Commissioner Haskin, move to approve.
Commissioner Rammond, second.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners regarding this motion? No. If none, we will now have a roll call vote. Commissioners in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those opposed, please indicate by stating no. And if abstaining, please state that. Ms. Maeda, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Santillan. Commissioner Ramirez.
Aye.
Commissioner Rambin.
Aye.
Commissioner Sasaki.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Haskin.
Aye.
Commissioner Alegre.
Aye.
Commissioner Stockwell. Commissioner Klaus Buckner.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion is carried. Thank you. Next on the, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is agenda item number 27. Future agenda items. Do any of the commissioners have items they wish to have placed on future agendas? Hearing none. Is that correct? No one has any future agenda items. So from there, that's it, right? Yeah, we are
Proceed to agenda item
28.
Motion to adjourn.
Yes, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. We are now on agenda item number 28. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second. Klaus Buckner, second.
Thank you. All righty. Those in favor, please indicate by stating aye. Those no, and those abstaining, please state this.
Aye.
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 Okay, meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Wow. Ooh.
I don't know what I'm gonna do.